Good evening, you guys. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Hopefully everybody's having a good day. What we're at day 15 for Operation Epic Fury, and there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of speculations as well, a lot of rumors flying around regarding the Middle East. One of the biggest, if you want to say, attacks or what airstrikes, whatever it was, hit a island today overnight. So that's something that's big. But what's on the agenda for tonight for this show? Later on, we're having the Oregon Republican or primary debate. Three candidates are going to be debating. We're going to be streaming that. And then we're going to be talking about more news. But first, I got a good friend going to be coming on here shortly, here in a few minutes. Good friend of mine, known him for 4 or 5, probably 6 years now. 6 years. Yes, 6 years. Close to him and his family, been very dear to my heart, very helpful. So he is a writer. I want to say he's a scholar, like a professor. I'm gonna elevate him. I'm going to elevate him even more than he probably elevates himself. But he's a writer. He's writing papers, and he's going to come on here. He's going to read what he's been writing. We're going to talk to him, what God is placing on his heart. So, with no further ado, so we don't have to continue to waste time, I'm going to bring him up. Tim, how are you?
I'm doing good, Quincy. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. I'm glad to actually have you on here.
I am very glad to be on here with you.
So,
we have quite a history, don't we?
We do have quite a history. We actually do, and just so people know, I'll just share this. You're one of my top mods. You've been with me for 6 years as I've been on this little journey, going across the United States, reporting, live streaming, doing all sorts of things. You and your wife have been, and family actually have been, actively modding for me for about that long since I got in trouble, probably at CPAC a couple years.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yes. So about a month ago, I'd say probably now, you started talking to me about a paper, some writings that you were doing.
Yep.
Do you remember that? You do remember that, don't you?
I remember that. It's kind of funny that I remember that.
So tell the listeners a little bit more about it, if you don't mind.
Well, I started to take a look at what I saw around. With some of the things within the government, some of the things within my own religious training, some of the things within the Constitution. And I saw an erosion of, for basically free will. The government has taken quite a bit of control, more so than a lot of people really want to admit. And it started to trouble me. It started to trouble me in a lot of different ways. And I started really to think about what it meant to be a Christian, what it meant to be an American. And it got to be to the point where I got a little, what I want to call nervous, scared, at the erosion of a right to say no. And then I started looking into the Bible and started to see how important free will was in the Bible, and in the Christian tradition. And then started to look into the Constitution on that and started to look into history. And it got to be a little frightening, even with today. And I'm going to say this, and it's going to piss people off.
Amen.
Even within what I'm seeing in some of the within the Trump administration. I'm a conservative. I'll put my conservative leanings up against anybody. Okay.
Right.
I went from being probably thinking we could go in and set up nations to seeing that how it wasn't working. And I changed my stance a little bit. I'm more of a libertarian when it comes to my political theology rather than a populist, which is what we're seeing in the Trump administration now.
Right.
And I started to see things that were foreshadowing things in the Bible. And I just sat down and wanted to write out something with an ethical background of Christian morality and walk it through not only the Bible, but the Constitution and even what we're seeing in today's society somewhat.
Right. Let me ask you real quick. How do you reconcile those two things together? Like how do you do that when you're saying Constitution and the Bible? And I'm asking that coming from obviously more spiritual place, but at the same time, we live in America, right? And you and I have talked about this a little bit,
Yep.
with the freedoms that America has.
Yep.
And the Constitution, which includes the freedom. So how do you
Yep.
reconcile the two together? Because, the Bible is God's word, which I've been talking a lot about. It seems like America, the Constitution, the freedoms go against a lot of the things that are in Scripture.
I think to take a look at it, you really have to understand the theme within the Constitution, and even a major theme within the Bible is the right to say no. I mean, if you look at the very documents that we have, the Constitution itself, basic to that is the right to say no, the right to say I am free. The government has a limited power that grants me the right to say no to certain things that ensure my personhood. In the Declaration, you go through enumeration of the reasons we left England, but in the Constitution, in the Bill of Rights, it sets up a framework of saying no, of you can't do this. I have the right to say no to the government in these areas. And even as a Christian, one of the hardest things to understand is God gave us the ability to say no, and even no to Him. And what that means with that ability to say no, it makes love possible. It makes self-awareness possible. It makes everything we consider ourselves as a human being with the ability to say no. And when you erode that, you take away the personhood. And I think that's the biggest thing. I've struggled with that in the Bible. And I think it's critical to understand that. Our freedom of religion in the United States is the right to say no. I don't want to be in a church. I don't want to do this. And I'm saying this as a Christian. I'm saying this as a born again believer.
Right.
That has come through a lot of stuff. And I have to, yet at some point, be able to look at a human being and say, you have the right to say no to God. And I have to walk away. I mean, to me, one of the scariest verses in the Bible is the young rich ruler. When Christ gave him the choice to give up all these things, he actually said no and didn't chase after him. And that's, I think, huge. I mean, we've talked about the effects it has on America. By granting that right, we have basically opened the door to be a non-Christian nation, or not as much as we used to be, maybe. So I think that's kind of where my paper came out of.
Right. And it's unfortunate that we have kind of got to that place in America that we're, like you're saying, kind of really not a Christian nation, or if we truly ever were. I mean, there's that debate as well.
My class.
So you mentioned your religious training. It kind of helped you to want to start writing this piece, the Constitution. And so, and then what you were seeing in the government, what you're seeing taking place. So basically, God placing this on your heart, opening your eyes to a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Trying to reconcile this together, and you just one day kind of just started writing, huh?
Yeah, I started writing, and it was kind of weird because going through seminary was hard for me. I spent 20 years working in a garage. I also have not only a master's in divinity, but I've got an associate degree in law enforcement. So I walked into seminary as not what I would call highly educated as far as the theological words. And it was tough for me. What probably was the biggest blessing is I raised my hand in class one day and I asked the professor, I said if he could, if they were getting paid to make up these words. And
paid to protest, right? Paid to protest.
Yeah. I mean, the terms sometimes are so obtuse, and he looked at me and I said, can you explain it to somebody who spent 20 years in a garage?
Mm-hmm.
And he looked at me, and his name was Dr. Paul Cross. And he said, Tim, I think I can, because I was a bodyman for 25 years.
Okay.
And so that really helped me understand a lot of these theological terms.
Right.
And so what it ended up doing is I ended up writing a paper that I wanted to write. I haven't submitted it yet. It's real close to being done, to a journal of Christian ethics.
Okay.
And I had to make it probably very scholastically sound, much more than what I normally, the way I speak, the way I talk. And it was a bit of a challenge.
Yeah. I mean, and I went through it, or I'll say I got the privilege to listen to it. I'll say that.
Yeah.
And there are words in there that I haven't really myself personally heard you say, when we've had dialogues. So so you did go to that scholarship type of level of writing this, which is amazing, because it's a masterpiece, actually. So Do you have it on you by
I
chance?
have it right here. The title of it is Theological Foundations, Constitutional Ethics, and Eschatology Warnings.
Ooh,
Uh,
that's see, even that's not something we say on a daily basis when we have conversations.
no, no, it's not. But it it and it's unusual because it goes through so many disciplines.
Hmm.
Um, it like in the abstract, this article argues that legitimate authority, whether eschatology based, political, or technology, must preserve the human capacity for refusal in order to remain morally meaningful. Drawing on Augustinian accounts of free will, the paper contains that love, faith, moral responsibility require the possibility for dissent. That coerced assent cannot constitute genuine dissidence or obedience. This theological anthropology illuminates the constitutional logic of liberty, of conscience, of the American tradition, where belief is protected precisely because it cannot authentically be compelled. Then the article examines how the crisis of governance, modern administration systems, the gradual transformation from a refusal from a moral possibility, the gradual transformation that refusal is into a managed variable through economic participation, requirements, and institutional gatekeeping. Finally, it applies this criteria to contemporary technology governance, particularly in artificial intelligence, automated decision system making, distinguishing tools that assent that human judgment from systems that replace moral address with benevolent compliance. The result is a Christian ethic framework for evaluating the authority according to whether it is responsible for government for agency or manufacturer's conformity. That's a mouthpiece.
That is that is a mouthpiece.
Yeah. And it basically takes us all the way even through the ability to say no when we ate of the apple and all the way into Revelation and through the Constitution and a bit of history.
Right. So
You want me to keep
please,
going?
I do. We want to keep
Okay.
going. Please bless us with this piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's go with it.
That is the abstract that basically lays out. That's pretty common in a lot of, you need it for a lot of journals. Get to the beginning of it. The architectural, okay, a little more. The constitutional tradition of liberty and conscience, therefore, reflects a political recognition, the same moral insight. Belief cannot be meaningful if it is coerced. If the moral responsibility precipitates the possibility of refusal, then the question becomes how political and social institutions should treat that capacity. Participation, even in the Roman cult, was often enforced through inquisitions into private beliefs, but also through public rituals assigning civil loyalty as offerings of incense before the emperor's image. Refusal could result in the exclusion from guilds, trades, networks, and civil protection. Even when you get into Revelation, there is imagery of economic exclusion that can be used through technological means. As a prediction of diagnosis of recurring of political structure, the conditioning of the ordinary participation in social and economic life is only visible upon your allegiance to the system. The argument of this article rests upon a particular moral anthropology, that the conviction of the human persons as agents capable of moral response is critical rather than the behavior output to be managed. Christian theology traditionally understands that the human person addressed by God, summoned to repentance, obedience, love in ways presupposes the possibility of refusal. The system of authority, whether it be ecclesiastic, political, or technology, therefore must be evaluated in accordance with whether they preserve these conditions necessary for responsible human agency, where persons are addressed as agents capable of truthful consent, authority for instead of authority forming obedience to it. When systems instead produce the predictable behavior through structures and incentives or exclusion, authority shifts away from being a moral address to administrative management. The history of moral and political thought is marked with a persistent tension between authority that seeks voluntary consent and powers that demands compliance. Across theology, constitution, technological dominions, the legitimacy of authority hinges not on its capacity to compel obedience, but on whether it preserves the genuine possibility of dissent. This paper proposes the capacity for refusal as a normative criteria for evaluating moral authority. I evaluated authority across domains using one normative criteria: whether the system provides the agent's living capacity for refusal, the ability to say no being moral or not, or socially annihilated. This criteria is not an absolute non-interference, but preserves the moral agency, the capacity for reasonable obedience rather than managed compliance. From the biblical narrative of the Garden of Eden to the contemporary debate surrounding algorithm authority, it governments the moral state of any system demands on whether it preserves what we call moral friction, the structure or possibility of saying no. When the system eliminates the possibility, it may achieve order and efficiency and stability, but it does at the cost of any moral meaning. The biblical story of possibility refusal from Eden to the Constitution protection of conscience to Revelation's warning against coerced allegiance, the moral drama of human freedom assumes that obedience only has meaning where dissent is possible. Recent political theology has explored the theology genealogy of modern governance, from George Ambience, analyst of sovereignty and administration, particularly in the Kingdom of Glory, argues that modern political power inherits theological structure which operates through administration and public academic acclaimment, also over rather than command. These concerns presented in argument, however, are not without genealogy but normative. The decision of ethical questions whether the systems preserve moral agencies. The capacity for refusal criteria, therefore, provides a theological test for evaluating governments, systems that become ethically dangerous, where participation is conditioned in ways that makes dissent socially or economically unsustainable. As societies as societies transfers to over coercion towards assumed frictionless forms of control, the paper argues that risk constricting systems that are technologically optimized yet theologically and ethically hollow. Any society that restricts actions through taxes, quarantine rules, criminal law, the target becomes the target of this paper, which is narrow to mitigate from restricting conduct to colonizing of conscience, compelling affirmation, conditioning participation on loyal signals, automated exclusion, and dissent becoming graphically impossible. The moral danger is not that we limit such things, but we replace the moral agency with managed compliance.
Mm.
I need a drink.
You said what?
I need a drink.
You're good. You're good. Yes.
Okay.
And
Any questions you got for me so far?
there's a lot there. I mean, you talked about so one of my things. Here we go. The Christian ethnics that you brought up. What are you referring to in that piece?
Christian ethics. It's the ability to understand where God is and what God wants, and make a moral judgment in certain things, certain behaviors, whether it aligns with God's word. For example, if you're out street preaching and somebody says, no, I don't accept the Jesus is my Lord and Savior, walks away. How do you ethically respond for that? I mean, you want to take a look at Islam, you convert or die.
Right.
We don't, although
we don't practice that.
Yeah. I mean, there might have been some examples where the church went astray back in the days of the Crusades, even in the Spanish Inquisition. But it's interesting that modern Christianity, as we practice it in the United States, we have said no to that. And the Constitution represents a huge no to that.
Right.
And that was a huge part of the Reformation, where Luther came along and said, no, you have the freedom to say no to God. You don't have the capacity to say yes to God. He has to inspire that within you. But as an individual, you can say no.
And that's interesting you brought that up, because, you know, when you read that and said that a little bit ago, when I was like, no to God. And so I mean, when you say it and how you, in the way that you said it, most, you know, to me, I'm like, no to God. Right. But then, you know, when you step back and you know that God wants us to walk in obedience, right?
Obedience of giving up ourselves,
right,
and
there,
following His will.
His will, not our will. See,
not our will.
Right. And so when you said saying no to God, that's what came across my mind was our will, because our will always says no to God for the most part.
I believe that there is better terms, a law of enlightened self-interest. We always act in our self-interest. always.
Right.
But enlightened self-interest steps in and says, maybe if my neighbor is starving, I should give him some food rather than him come and beat me to death and take mine.
Yeah. Yeah.
In other words, it limits our capacity to look at our self-interest in a broader term for maybe greater rewards
Right.
or finding out that there is something greater than ourselves. It's even reflected in the Bible. You could argue, and I take the position, God is holy because he chose to limit himself
Mm-hmm.
In what he would do. He would say, I will not do this.
Right.
And when we give ourselves over to Jesus, we go by what he judges is right, what he judges is wrong. He plants that in us, and that's where we become enlightened. It's what gives us the moral responsibility for compassion to people. But when that compassion is coerced at the point of the sword, it becomes meaningless.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of where I started seeing a lot of it, because genuine love and faith requires the capacity for refusal. This stands, it's centered to moral theology within Christianity. Love that is compelled ceases to be love. Obedience that is obedience based on unavoidable loss in its ethic character removes that. The Augustine tradition, free will is not incidental, attributed to the human nature, but it is necessary for the condition of moral responsibility. He argued that evil arises not from divine causation, but from the misuse of freedom required for general virtue and love. The possibility of sin, therefore, is inseparable from the possibility of authentic goodness.
Mm.
In other words, you can't have goodness unless you have sin.
Say that again.
You can't have goodness unless you have the possibility of sin. You can't have love without the possibility of saying no and committing, for better terms, murder.
Mm-hmm.
Because without that, you're nothing but a puppet.
Right. And that would be along the lines of a predestination type of belief, kind of, right? Because
Yeah, kind of. You got to understand then, God
because
created time. He's outside of it.
right. Well, and I say that coming from a place of from the predestination is that
Yeah.
they don't believe in free will.
Nope. Well, they believe that you've been chosen.
Right.
Um,
But you
it,
can't make that decision.
yeah,
Correct.
but they're looking at it from we look at it from our perspective rather than God's.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at it from God's perspective, he's with outside time. He sees where you are. Well, he sees where you were, where you are, and where you're going all at once. When he speaks to us, he speaks like that. He speaks in the whole entirety of it.
Right.
My personal belief is I'm already before the throne. I just haven't caught up with myself. It sounds almost childish, but it's the way to look at it. I believe from God's perspective. I mean, if He sees the whole thing at once,
Right.
then He already sees me there.
Right. Okay. So I can understand and see what you're saying.
And when we try to look at it from our perspective, the fact that He already sees us there, yeah, of course we're going to say it's predisposed. How do we take ourselves and put ourselves in this infinite mindset that God has and communicate it? It would be like us communicating to an ant, and the ant getting quantum physics.
Right.
And I think that's where that moral relativeness, that moral ability to say yes and no comes from, that God has basically limited Himself in the capacity to force us to love Him and choose Him and have the right to say no. And therefore, we have to decide to give up our own desires, our own thoughts, and be perfected through His will of saying no to ourselves.
Right.
If you want a beautiful idea of that, you can look no further than in Revelations, the king's throwing the crowns before the throne, the setting down of free will. And I think that's kind of where it gets into that the Augustine tradition. I mean, even if you look at early theologians such as Augustine and Agnostic, they argued that love requires the possibility of refusal. A will incapacitated, turn away from God cannot meaningfully love them. You still there? Because I'm not seeing you.
I'm still here.
There you are.
I was letting you have your time.
Well, you just okay.
Now, is this part from the tape? Is this part from?
Yep.
Okay, so this is from the paper. Okay, cool.
Yep. This theological claims forms a deeper moral background for later Christian reflections of liberty and conscience, the legitimately authority, Augustinian grace, and the limitations of voluntariness. The likely objection to Augustine's mature anti-Pelagian writings is human will under priority of grace in a way that compels and simplifies a libertarian picture of agency. Augustinian's later insistence the priority of grace does not erase moral address. It sharpens by locating freedom within the healing rather than the healing of self, rather than the self-origination. In other words, God within us. Even the anti-Pelagian corpus will is not treated as an instrument, but a site of responsibility in the relative, and makes an exhortation, repentance, and judgment intelligible. For this point, this article modestly, whatever accounts for causation of Christians' morals discourse presupposes personals as answerable agents rather than programmable outputs. The paper does not claim that human freedom is self-originating or self-sufficient, but rather that it claims that moral agency remains ethically meaningful only when people are treated as responsible for capable of truthful consent, rather than the managed compliance. Even if the will is wounded and dependence on grace, the moral grammar of repentance, worship, and love presupposes more than external produced behavior. Philosophy and theological defenses of libertarian freedom reinforces this logic. The free will defense depends on the claim that moral significance freedom includes the general possibility of choosing otherwise, or even the risk of sin. Even O'Connor's survey likely notes the accountability and responsibility that preserve robust agency typically requires more than a mere alignment of eternal desire. They require a live alternative that makes moral choice moral more than a casual byproduct. This account converges on shared conclusion. Freedom is not merely a human right, but a theological precondition. Divine non-coherence represents a commitment. Non-coercion reflects a commitment to relative integrity over guaranteed compliance, even at the risk of rebellion. In other words, God gave us the same choice he gave the angels to rebel against him.
Right. So going back in just a few sentences ago, you said freedom is not a right. Is that what you said? Is that what it was?
Freedom is not, you can look at, I'm not claiming that freedom is not a right, but it's not, I'm not claiming where it originates from. Okay. Because then you get into the predestination. But in our society, in Christian, we inherently have looked at freedom of ourselves in making these decisions gives us the moral ability and the right to say no. Now, you can get into, if it comes straight through God, and then that makes us predestination before sin. I don't want to get into that argument of predestination versus free will, because that it gets into where we end up, rather than how we are treated within government and how Christianity treats us. Even by the people that believe in predestination, you still are held accountable for your actions. And if you don't have that accountability to be able to say no, then you don't have the ability to hold that person responsible.
That's good. Right.
So it's not necessarily, we have the right if you want to look at it, but where that right, if you want to get into the predestination versus the free will, let's not go there, because that's not, even we can agree as Christians that, and I've never met one that is a Christian that says, you need to be accountable for your decisions, even in government.
Right.
Okay. That's
especially in government.
Yep. Yeah. Several rightal frameworks preserve the vocabulary of freedom while dissolving it as operative content. Self-determination, compatibilism, which is what we just talked about, which detaches moral responsibility as alternative possibilities, reducing freedom to accordance one's internal desires, or reasons that our desires are shaped by forces beyond our control, like God saying, hey, you're going to go to heaven. The theological Unitarian evaluates coercion by desirable spiritual or social means, unity of orthodoxy, stability, or even salvation, therefore treating it as compulsion based on moral what's morally admissible when it appears effective. The third pattern appeals to pastoral necessity, which is constraint is justified as the protective care because of the fragility of believers, especially under conditions that are scandalous or crisis. This approach differs in tone of rationality, but conversionally structurally says that they render refusal either unnecessary, irrational, or impermissible. We got into that in COVID.
Right.
We let the government basically dictate the churches needed to be closed and bars needed to be open.
Right. That's what they
And
were saying. That's what they were saying.
yeah, I mean, and when you look at that, we accepted the fact that government had the right to say no to practicing our religion. And when you think of that framework like that, I mean, it conditions us to have the idea that government is our overlord, that they can say no to certain parts of our moral obligations, our moral needs, our moral definition of who we define ourselves as.
But
It
haven't they
takes away from that agency.
haven't we given that to them as you keep saying as agents, haven't we given them that permission?
A whole lot more.
Right.
Um,
I mean, just across the board, if you look at everything, we have given them that permission as individuals, as agents. We have said, okay, well, whether it's trusting in the government or trusting in a president or trusting in a governor or whoever, right? We've given them that piece. We've given them that.
Yeah, we have gotten to the point where our accountability is not preserved. It instead of flowing from reason, character, deliberation, where it makes praise or blame meaningful, it's taken us to a place where the government can say, no, you can't do that. That's not right.
Right. And
no, you can't use those words.
Right. And you comply. Most of us.
Yeah.
Right. We do.
I mean, okay, look at it this way. If somebody makes a choice to be change their gender,
Mm-hmm.
and they demand that I call them male when they're female, or female when they're male, that is a fundamental taking away of my freedom of speech. It takes away, it imposes someone else's beliefs on my freedom to say, no, that is not true. Okay? Doesn't matter whether I can accept that that's how they see themselves.
Right.
But it makes it impossible for me to say what I believe. And that takes away from the moral agency.
Okay, so with that said, since we agree with that, and it seems like that's where we're at, is there a way to reverse that, or are we too far gone? I hate to say that, but I mean, are we? Like, that's just the reality of it. Can we regain that in this time, especially when you have all the different sides, and with all the different sides, or I'll say the two sides, and then within the two sides, you have all the little subsides within the two sides, the little divisions, the little here and there, and fractions. And
well, if you want a historical reference, look at Lincoln. The founder of the Republican Party, mega, jailed reporters, shut down printing presses for the good of the nation.
Right.
Hate to say it, but if you're of the Republican Party, that's kind of where we own our roots. And boy, oh boy, saying that can get some people really offended.
Right.
And your viewers are probably ready to throw a shoe at the TV right now or computer screen by me saying that, but it's honestly true. We've allowed laws that
Don't worry, they do it to me all the time, Jim.
well, I'm, no, I've been on the line with you.
Right.
We've been down at Bloomington together.
Yes, we have. You've been on the street with me a couple of times, so
yeah.
you know.
So I understand what it is, and I may be blowing my ability to go into those situations that you sent me into as your spy and take film for you.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, so we've got that, and you even look at, there was the program of where down in religious liberty is not protected because religion is harmless. Authentic belief requires voluntariness. This principle bridges theology and constitutional theory. The First Amendment protection of religious liberty presupposes an ontology that recognizes belief as inherent resistant to coercion. Faith imposed by authority is not faith. It is submission. James Madison's Memorial and Remembrance Against Religious Assessment articulates this logic with clarity.
Can you say that again? I'm sorry. Faith imposed what?
James Madison's writings, Memorial and Remonstrative Against Religious Assessment, articulates the logic with clarity, arguing that religion must be left to the individual conscience because it can only flourish when uncoerced. James Madison wrote the Constitution.
Okay.
He put that into the heart of it. In other words, he gave us the liberty as Christians to sow the seeds of our own destruction by accepting freedom of religion. Like that one?
I do like that one because I have my own view of what the freedom of religion means, and now him saying that kind of confirms what I believe it to be. Which wasn't a quote unquote for necessarily a Christian thing, as many people I think believe or want to believe.
Quincy, he believed the church to be the church.
Right.
And is the church still the church?
That's a good question. Is it? It's supposed to be, but is it?
I don't know.
Right.
I weep at that sometimes.
Oh, I do too. You talk about something that grieves the Holy Spirit, right?
Yeah. I've seen the best of her and I've seen the worst of the Bride of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
To share personally, the story, Mama Bear, my wife, coded for 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
She's back and in the living room watching me right now.
Right.
A week before she went in the hospital, I heard God told me I had to give her over to him. Talk about an act of free will.
Mm-hmm.
Coded for 30 minutes on a respirator. Docs didn't know she's going to get by. Sitting in a hospital, contracting pneumonia, not being able to find an antibiotic that work against the pneumonia and giving her over to him and faith in that. And then having an African doctor step in who was in a program visiting North Memorial, coming in to see my wife because he was a guy who studies communicable diseases. And of course, my radar immediately goes up
Right.
for the COVID thing, and decides to test her spleen coming out of her lungs fluid. Turns out to be a pneumonia not normally seen in the United States, but more in Africa. Able to get the right antibiotic, and then turns around and restores her. You want to talk about giving up free will, and as far as giving her over to God and changing my behavior rather than screaming and hollering at the doctors. Yeah.
Can you
God was there.
Can you touch on that, because I've been through something similar.
Yeah, I know you have.
Can you touch on that regarding giving her over?
Giving her over. I can't love my wife as much as God loves her.
Say that again. I was talking over you. I'm sorry.
I can't love my wife as much as God loves her. He loves her more perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
So it was the volunteering of believing in him and his walk and his grace, and giving over and saying yes to him. If you're going to take her, take her. Better, I can't say. I mean,
right.
I still had the right to say no.
Right. And then with that,
I couldn't.
Right. You couldn't, but if you did, right?
Yeah.
Think about what would happen. Because, and here's the reason why I'm asking this, and I know we're kind of a little rabbit trail, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's a real conversation that we're having.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people don't, I think, understand that piece of the circle of life, if you want to say, right?
Oh, we're really good about trying to teach people to live, but we as Christians don't teach people how to die.
Right. Exactly. So that's where I was kind of going with that. And like you said, giving that up and realizing that God's in control, because if you don't, on the flip side, and we see this quite often, people are mad at God.
Yeah.
They walk away from the faith. They hate God because they didn't do necessarily what you did.
Well,
why me? What did I do? Or, which is fine to question God, right? We can, no problem. But they end up taking it out on him. This was a good person. They didn't deserve it to die, or X, Y, all the different reasons why people end up being mad at God. Although, kind of like what you said, you had to give that piece up because God loves your wife more than you do.
Yeah. And, it gets to be in that I had so much peace it was unbelievable. But I also know a little secret. God's big enough to let you be mad at him.
Yeah. Jacob was.
Yeah. I mean, he can handle being mad at him.
Pop that hip out. Let's wrestle a little bit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, that's the wrestling with God, and interesting enough, when he wrestled with God, he changed his name to a new.
Yeah, I did.
A new thing.
Yeah.
Imagine that, and when you think of that, it was one word that created everything, a word from God, and then he called Japheth, a new creation, because he was willing to confront and do the hard thing and wrestle with his word. He became that new creation, and he walked away with a limp. And when you wrestle with the word and you wrestle with these kind of concepts, it marks you.
Yes, it does.
And it's not always a pleasant thing to be marked like that.
No.
But at the same time, there are blessings around you that all you have to do is look for them.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you one example. When Denise was in the hospital, there was this kid across the highway. I was headed up to see Denise, and he was beating on his tire with a pipe and had a tire iron on it. And I was looking across the freeway, divided freeway, and I saw him beating with a pipe at a stop sign on the side of the road. I turned around, got up behind him, and I walked up to him. I said, "I take it the lug nuts are too tight." He said, "Yes." And he had the tire iron, and he couldn't break it loose. So he's beating on the tire with a pipe. And I said, "Can you give me the pipe?" And I took the pipe and put it over the tire iron, and I broke the tires loose, the lug nuts loose. I handed him the pipe. I said, "Sometimes God gives you the right tool. You just don't know how to use it." And he looked at me and said, "I never thought I'd be on the side of the road getting a sermon preached to me." And I said, "Son, I'm not preaching to you. I'm preaching to myself right now. You just don't know it." Because God had given me the tools to walk through what I was walking.
Right.
And there is the blessing if you're willing to look for it. I mean, who would have thought, pulling over to help somebody would give me an idea, a word of encouragement at that point.
Right. And you needed it.
And I needed it.
Right.
But then
that was from you saying yes to God, though. See?
Yeah.
Just imagine if you would have said no.
Yeah. I could have gone up and been miserable and sat for the day.
Right.
But it's in that of that voluntary giving up the liberty of conscience that we incorporate that free will. I mean, even back to the paper, in the U.S. constitutional development, the incorporation of free exercise against the states widens with the legal reach of conscious protection norms. Yet, contemporary doctrine also illustrates how conscience can be reframed as regulated conduct. The Employment Division versus Smith case narrowed exemptions from generally applicable laws, relocating the protection from refusal from constitutional principle to political discretion. In practice, this means the state can avoid direct compulsion while achieving functional conformity through background conditions such as licensing, procurement of standards, professional accreditation, mandatory training, contractual moral clause that governs free speech inside institutional life. In Fulton versus Philadelphia, partially resisted this logic, exposing how discretionary regimes can hide coercion behind the veneer of neutrality. Officials have leeway to make exemptions for refusal of accommodations that will reveal, but not necessarily reinforce conformity. The deeper shift imagined in these problems of religious liberty solves. The older conscience of tradition is the primary danger of compulsion. If the state attempts to command worship, confessional, or internal assessment. In the modern administrative state, the primary danger is often reframed as discrimination, unequal treatment in access of public goods, contract, or civil participation. This reforming can be morally salutary, but also alters what counts as injury. If the harm is defined as chiefly inadequate access, then the remedy becomes compliance architecture that standardizes participation through neutral rules, training, certification, and conditions of availability. I mean, think about it.
Mm-hmm.
In Minnesota, we require somebody a license to cut their hair.
Right. I don't have a license to cut my children's hair. I just do it.
Yeah.
Turns out pretty good.
Yeah, okay. Because we want to make sure who has the ability to do it, but that's a regulation that we put in place.
Right. And then you got to ask for what? Why was that regulation put in place? That you need a license to cut? Yeah.
I mean, and then we get into the absolute idiocracy of the government. In Minnesota, it's illegal to walk in from Wisconsin with a duck up on your head.
Okay. I don't know if I'd put a duck on my head, but
not from Iowa with a duck on your head. Only okay. Wisconsin.
Only Wisconsin.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. That law is on the books in Minnesota.
That you can. Wow. That's actually a law?
Yeah. In Minnesota, it's still illegal not to hitch your horse downtown Minneapolis to a hitching post.
Wow.
Find a hitching post.
I was going to say, is that even around there in Minneapolis? I mean, you have all the, BLM. I mean, they saw a hitching post, they'd probably be freaked out.
Just saying. Racist. It's still on the books.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Weird. We get these regulations and we look at and say, okay. The mechanism is often less dramatic than censorship, but more powerful than persuasion. Institutional gatekeeping, modern governance relies on standard process precisely because they scale, form, audit, checklist, training, assertion, or measurable compliance. Those instruments are not inherently always oppressive, but they can be for productive safety reasons, preventing fraud, clarifying of accountability. The ethical problems arises when interformant of conviction is treated as administrable through outward proxies, so that good standing becomes a data point rather than moral relationships. This practical meaning of compliant matrix of conference is not refuted, but only rendered redundant. The system does not argue, it scores. The system does not persuade, it conditionally assesses. The capacity for refusal criteria becomes, therefore, a diagnostic that is in danger of formal neutrality that can be missed in a system, avoiding commanding belief while conditioning society, economic participation, or loyal signatures that make refusal gradually impossible. The challenge for moral societies, therefore, is not simply technological innovation, but the prevention of moral agencies through increasingly automated systems of government. Moral constitutional discourse that treats freedom primarily as expressive autonomy, the right to speak, publish, and signal identity within the public square. Liberty of conscience that is narrowed and deepened. It concerns the inner formation of conviction and worship, including the right not to be constricted into the affirmation of what one judges as false. The compliance of speech tradition in U.S. jurisprudence underscores the state, not substantive enforcement of affirmation, but generally of belief. The precise because the coercion is absent is not moral assent. Lakeland's critique of modern speech doctrine shows how courts and commentaries have increasingly framed the First Amendment, protecting the autonomy-centered marketplace model of expression that one can obscure to the older conscious-centered logic, where harm is not only censorship, but complied affirmation. In quiet risk of compliance governance that is conscious becomes legible only through compliance behavior, instead of protecting the moral space in which one can dissent and make meaningful systems increasingly evaluated through the personal that are marginal in output. Liberty is treated less as an inviolable moral boundary, but as a variable right to be balanced against institutional performance. For capacity to refuse designation is exposed. Constitutional restraints mirrors the divine restraint in Christian theology that acknowledges conviction lessens its moral meaning, which can be complied in the sense. Religious liberty functions as secular echoes in theology in non-coercion.
Break that down, please.
Okay, I'll give you one. I have a lifetime ban on PayPal.
You do?
You want to know why?
Why? Yes, we do want to know why you have a lifetime ban on PayPal, of all places.
I made a T-shirt on
no.
an online printing service.
Did you offend PayPal?
I offended somebody that reported it to PayPal.
Wow.
And I was had my own professional car driving service at the time, and it took away my ability to take credit cards through taking away Venmo and PayPal. Now, the T-shirt had nothing but quotes on it from Biden's Brandon's speech.
Okay.
Nothing but. It was direct quotes on the T-shirt from the President of the United States of America.
Right.
Somebody was offended by that. Reported me. I ended up with a lifetime ban. And I still can't get a PayPal account or a Venmo account.
Wow.
Talk about being able to take away one's ability to do economic business and put me in a place where I was basically an outcast, because of my free speech right.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to jump ahead because the paper kind of lays this out more in discretion and how emergency powers can become used in a crisis and continue on. If you want a good example for that is our lovely beta governor by the name of Tim Walz, beta male, wannabe, used the snow plowing, snow emergency to shut down schools, businesses, churches, snow plowing.
Right.
And no one asked him where these powers came from.
So he used snowplows in order to shut down churches?
He used the ability of the governor to declare a snow emergency to shut down schools and highways, to shut down churches.
Wow.
Under that authority.
Wow.
And you called up the local media and asked them, and no one would question it.
Mm-hmm.
Because you contacted the governor and it said it fell under that authority.
That's crazy.
Okay. It was executive authority.
Right. Executive authority.
Okay.
Which again, this is what I'm trying to say, is that we've given this to them. We can say we haven't, but we have, because no one does anything, right? You know, a couple of people might give a phone call, email, but out of a city, you have 1 million people, right? What do you?
People sitting at home.
Right.
Because they've been told to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was remarkable because I was driving for Uber and Lyft and had my own private company at that time, driving for it. And I delivered somebody to the Metropolitan, a private jet, was doing a blood plasma through a private jet. And you could have used you've been in the Minneapolis airport, the drop off for passengers, you could use it for a bowling alley. And it shut down commerce within the state. It killed small businesses in the state of Minnesota. The wildest part is when you went to South Dakota, none of this was happening. And just the difference between South Dakota and Minnesota was remarkable. But we accepted it. We accepted these things nationwide. We accepted the mask mandate. We accepted all these things, and no one went, why?
Right.
It was the government telling us to do.
Mm-hmm.
And if we didn't,
right,
we could be arrested.
Yeah. Yep.
Sued.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to take you to something that gets really interesting. When we get into the book of Revelation, I mentioned it, the throwing down of the crowns and free will.
Right.
And so imagine you're in the heavenlies and you're a first century disciple.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the Antichrist building a beast that speaks. What would that be? AI.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say it. Yeah. At least that's what it's looking like, right? Because I mean, and I'm noticing this all the time. Actually, I saw a clip today where police was actually looking at AI to find out if what they were saying was true. They were verifying with AI about a rule.
There was a case in Las Vegas of a gentleman that was arrested because AI had identified them as somebody that was banned from the casino. 98 percentile that it was that man. Ended up going to jail, even though he presented an ID that said he wasn't that person, because the computer said that. It finally took fingerprinting to say that he wasn't the same guy, that he actually was who he said he was.
Right.
That reliance upon it. But here's where it gets tough. Bitcoin, all those are reliance on something called blockchain. And blockchain is a system where you go in and there's an identifier that is unique to you. And blockchain, like anything, technological advances can have good things and it can have bad things. But in Africa, they use blockchain for voting. They use blockchain for identifying people. They use blockchain for deeds, because when revolts and riots happen, all these records get burnt.
Yep.
So they've gone to this blockchain because of the revolutions that they've seen in Africa, and to ensure people are who they say and enable them to have the right to do the things that they need to do. Blockchain is what makes Bitcoin possible. But if you're going to come up with a system that you can regulate who buys and sells, which is what the voice of the statue that speaks does, you have a problem there, because it also makes it possible to do that.
Right.
And that's the terrifying part, because you add that in to what you show on the outlook that you have on your show sometimes of the city, and we're watching another city across the planet,
Right.
and we can put cameras anywhere now.
Yep.
And you talk about the second coming, where everybody sees it. And I'm not warning against, I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying that it gives the ability to make refusal possible. Impossible.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. And that's true. That's a good word.
That's the scary part of this.
Right. And it's funny you mention that, because I've actually thought the same thing. I've actually have thought the exact same thing, where it's so scary that even if you know you're right, you could still be wrong.
I lost my PayPal.
Right.
Tell me, by quoting quotes from the President of the United States of America on a t-shirt, somebody took offense to that, put in a formal complaint. And because I had one prior complaint because I was someone's mod, it was the second complaint I had.
Who was that, sir? Who was that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tim. Sorry.
Hey, I am privileged enough to stand and say, okay, it's happened to me.
Yeah.
And I still move on. Okay.
Yeah.
But with my wife, the theme in my house has become adapt and overcome.
Yep.
In some ways, that's the way the Christians have to be.
Right. It's true.
You know,
Was it?
Can't say more than that. I mean, you know, I could sit back and wonder why.
Right.
You know, but at the same time, I was lucky enough that he put the resources that we could handle everything in our hands. And it's been a challenge. It's reset where I wanted to be in the whole bit. But at the same time, it's given me the ability to look at this stuff.
Right.
You know, 20 years in a garage.
Right.
You know, did everything but wrenching. Went through law enforcement. Thought I was going to become a cop. Be honest about exposure to Minneapolis at the time, the police department and their gang unit. Nope.
Right.
Decided not to be. When I got too good working at the dealership. Went from the dealership, went in to be a pastor. Found out, and I'm more of a sheepdog than I'm a pastor.
Uh-huh.
Sheepdog get pissed at the sheep when they butt the pastor.
Yep.
Because maybe I was a wolf turned sheepdog. And the sheepdogs still smell like mutton. I mean, the sheep. Plus, then I'm a little too, I don't want to say, I speak the truth maybe a little too harshly.
Yeah. Welcome to the club, bud.
Yeah.
That's a badge of honor.
Yeah.
Maybe just in our little group, maybe with only some people, it's a badge of honor. Other people are like, no, don't do it. I'm leaving. I don't want to listen to you. You sound mad.
Yeah. I mean, it
negative.
I live my life with don't tell me what you believe, tell me tell me why you believe it.
Right.
And I'll be honest about it. I find a lot of Christians being less likely to able to answer that than people who practice Wiccan, and that is the fault of the church.
Yes, it is. 100%.
Okay, we can spout off what we believe, but boy, we have a tough time saying why we believe it.
Yep. And that's crucial. It's key, especially if you're going to articulate it and share it. You better know why you believe it.
Yeah. And I think that's what kind of formed this basis of this paper, me thinking about that and looking at and experiencing and seeing in society, going through what I've gone through. And it's why I want to get it into a journal. And because Quincy, at one point I was not enamored with street preachers.
What? How dare you?
Yeah.
Why?
I thought they were harsh.
Please share. Oh, what? Street preachers are not harsh. We're not harsh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Well.
Please share.
Yeah, well, I did. I mean, honestly, and I also got invited after I kind of came to faith. I got invited to a lot of churches, and I forgot how dead they were. Then I finally went to a church where they got up and they seemed to have life, and the pastor seemed to preach the word. And they did this strange thing of standing up and speaking in tongues and laying hands on people. And I'm sitting there going, if they want to, they're going to get socked. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, I'm rolling around on the floor.
Like a mighty rushing wind, huh?
Yep. Yep. So my journey has been an interesting one. I've had everything reset in my life at least once, maybe twice or 3 or 4 times. So maybe it's that, I laugh because when I went through seminary, I said that, I'm more of an outlaw.
All right.
Than I am. But hate to tell people a little secret. Christ is the ultimate outlaw.
Amen.
Church is moving towards me as an outlaw, and it better. Because that's when the church has been the strongest. When it's been the outlaw.
Yeah. It's true. If you think about the Black Robe regime.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've read a lot of their preaching.
Right.
They preach on everything. They preach on the seasons. They preach on seeds growing. I'll give you a beautiful example of that. we live in Minnesota, and the falls here are beautiful, and it's this paint, God's hand, this majesty of the orange, blue, reds, and all that beauty. But that beauty's death.
Right.
It's the dying of the leaves. So what makes that beautiful? How can we say that that's beautiful? It's because the leaves fall on the ground and turn into mulch and feed the trees.
Mm-hmm.
It's death that gives life, and that's what makes the cross beautiful.
Right. Amen.
And we can't be afraid of that, even when the government says no. There's going to be a price to be paid.
Right.
It says, pick up your cross and follow me. It doesn't say live a comfortable life.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So regarding the paper,
Yeah.
what's your plans for it? What do you want to do with it? Has it been published yet? Is it any place where people can read it on their own?
It's ready to be sent off. I am going to put summarize on a website. Probably I can't think of the name of it. This has been an interesting Substack, I think, name of it. But I can't put it up until it's been accepted to be published.
You said you can't put it up until it's
We
ready.
can't put up anything leading toward it until it's been published.
Okay.
It would kill anything that my chance for publishing it.
Okay.
Just kind of the way the publishing game works.
And where I mean, are you needing help, or like, is it something you're just doing on your own? Or
this is something I'm doing on my own. It's just something I've had a calling to do.
Okay.
The scary part is that, as Depp has said, I've got people telling me it should be a book or a sermon series or a lecture series. And my wife has informed me if I have to try to put this thing in a book, she'll kill me because it's taken such. It's been a lot of sleepless nights.
Right.
And a lot of wrestling with God and a lot of going.
I will say this. It definitely is a deeper thing. Like, I mean, it's definitely not something you could just read and grasp. And I think there's so much stuff within it and trying to understand that you have to break almost like every sentence down.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be just an easy read if somebody does get it. It's going to be something that you're going to have to think about.
I don't speak in the terms, and you hear me stuttering over the words. And I mean, I'm much better with the pen than I am vocally.
Mm-hmm.
It gives me time to think and
right.
look up phrases and look up words and go and do the research. And the scary part is a lot of the background research, I actually used AI to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was almost intoxicating how fast it could do it.
Right. That too. Yes. Because all the information it has. Yes.
Yep. And how it can pull up relevancy on things I was thinking of and say, hey, Tim, here you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the scariest part with the AI is it came to know me more.
Yep. That too.
And how I think.
Right.
Yeah, I asked it to describe myself once into it, and it was almost scary, eerily good as far as it did. It even got down to the point where my preference for sometimes for different music, like bluegrass rap.
Hey, I like some of the rap you sent me.
Yep. Or Mongolian rock and roll.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it even picked that up, and I don't know where it got it from.
Yeah.
And there's a group called the Who out there that does traditional Mongolian hard rock.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it was fascinating to watch the AI do this.
Yeah, it is. I'm not a fan of it, which I think I told you that like probably now, what man, a year and a half ago?
Yeah, I know.
Do that.
I
Yeah,
know.
I'm still not. I see the
I know.
benefits of it, but I think it goes back to what we were saying earlier, and that's what I'm afraid of like just depending on that. And I see our society doing that more and more and more. Now, this is just another thing that we depend on something else instead of using what God gave us to use. You know,
Yeah, I would agree with
here's
that. God gave us wisdom. God gave us the ability to sit down and think and to have something out there
yeah.
that can actually, but the way it thinks is very interesting. It actually figures out what the next word in it is.
And you know what?
Yeah.
Here's the thing about AI. Will AI ever tell you no?
AI will lie to you if it thinks you want it to give you an answer that you wish.
Correct. But
Yep.
it'll never it can lie, but
Yep.
it'll come back and apologize to you and confirm you that
Yes.
you're right.
Yep. Absolutely. It will
You're
stroke
never
your
wrong.
back. It'll stroke your back and make you feel and be a good little boy. And yeah, yeah, boy, I'll tell you. Yeah, you got to
So
watch that.
thinking about just going back to the no thing of saying no to God, right?
Yep.
AI will never say no to you. You're right. Because you're training it, right, to
Give the right
basically
answer, whether it's what you want to hear
yep.
or what's actual factual. And it's factual, so you want to hear it because it is factual.
Right.
But it might be, yeah, your viewpoint on those facts.
Yeah.
And what does it do when somebody else, like a higher priority, like the government, trains it and
Exactly.
based on their facts and
Oh
what they want?
man. Oh,
And let's get into the other one in the room, shall we?
well, we really can't because
Okay.
I don't have much time because there's something else I have to
I know
do.
you do. Okay. But we can
I,
use it. We can use the Seven Mountain and thing and Luther
oh
and all
man.
that fun thing, all that fun stuff, you know,
Oh yes.
and watch people run around like candles with their hairs lit on fire when you're ready for it.
Yeah. I'm gonna let you answer this question here. This is
Sure.
from Laura Loves America. I'll let you answer that.
Read it for me because
Okay.
something happened and my computer screen right now has got
Okay. So
something
there's
on it.
it says Quincy. Oh, he's gone. He hit the wrong button. Oh well. Um. So how did Reverend Gunn meet? How did we meet? He seems such like a sweet man. I'm not surprised that he has been your top mod for so long. Actually, he wasn't my top mod. His wife was, and she grabbed him by the beard and said, "Hey, you got to get over here." There was a news platform that I was on back in 2020 and 2021, 2020. There was a news platform that I was on, pretty big. It was decent size, and they were modding for that channel. Eh, Polly, how'd you know? And I was there. I would have pieces. I'd come on that news station at night and do a show, and then when I was out in the field, that news station on YouTube would stream me. And there was an incident that happened at a conservative Republican convention that I'm trying to go to at the end of the month with the help of you guys. And I did something to such political person by the last name of Jenner. I actually said something and I got fired because I put the Bible before politics and before the job. And that's when Mama Bear came over, was like, yeah, we're rolling with him. And basically, she, like any good wife, she drug her husband over. And so we've been rolling since then. They were watching me a little bit off and on, but their main modding was for PTNN at the time. So yeah, that's kind of like how we met. And then because of the relationship and you know, um, the love that they actually showed me a lot, helped a lot. Like I'll be places I've been, you guys, like honestly, places I've been, there's a lot. And then there's another mod who's had my back just as much as them real recently. And if it wasn't for them, I probably and that's why I tell you guys this stuff gets hard. It gets hard to do. And when some of the mods are telling you guys that it costs X amount to get to these places and to stream and to report, and I'm bringing it to you guys, and you guys are at home just chilling, and I'm out on the streets and my head is on a swivel. And sometimes I need somebody else going with me to watch my back and make sure I'm hydrated and taking care of myself and things like that. It adds up. It absolutely adds up. And if it wasn't for some of these mods who wholeheartedly have invested in me, um, couldn't do it, especially back in 2020 when it was happening much more often. It was like almost every weekend, every other weekend, when the whole mega movement was at its peak, and the energy was there, rallies were there, you know, Denver is having a huge caravan um up and down the West Coast, going back to the East Coast, going to Atlanta for a Trump rally. I mean, eh, a lot of my mods have have sown the seeds of helping me get places, and I love it, but at the same time I hate it because, you look at my platform and there's like, "Oh, you have 20,000 subscribers," which is great. YouTube don't pay. Not unless you're up there and, 500,000 and type of thing, And, a lot of times a lot of it has been, unfortunately, just on my mods when, there's other people. And that's why I say $5 here, $5 there can go a long ways when you have, 300 and some people watching or who view it. And just because people view it don't mean that they like what you say. I get that. I understand it. But it's added a lot, and these mods have been by my side 100%. Um DK, you mentioned did a couple of super chats. Thank you very much. You did this last one for putting the Bible before politics. Always got to do it. Always. And it's been hard at times. It's been hard, especially even in I'll tell you where it's even more harder, putting the Bible before politics, the Republican Party and the conservative movement. That's where it gets real hard because you have commonality, right? You have friendships, but when you have to have some friction with the friendship and political stuff that you align yourself with, but you still have to do it, that's where it gets really difficult. That's where it gets really difficult. The question was, Reverend Gunn, since you hung up on me rudely, I'm just playing. The question was basically, how did we meet? So that's what the question was, and I went through it. Yeah, that's what the question was, and thank you again for the super chat. So it sounds like right now with Reverend Gunn, Tim McMahon, he don't have the paper. It's not published yet, so there's no place to go and read it and pick it up yet. He's working on someone to, I don't know all the terms for getting something like that public or publicized. But if there is anybody on here that does know anybody, or if anybody is listening that can help, please email me and let me know that you might have a connection, just so that we can get this out for him, help him out where we can. Obviously, it's a deep thing, and I'll be honest with you guys, there's a lot of words in there that I have no clue what they mean, and that's for even for myself, I'd have to read it slow, and I want to read it because I could tell within it, there's a lot of nuggets. I could actually tell that there's some good, good stuff in here, and I want to break it down. I probably could have sat there and at every sentence and asked, "Well, explain that, break that down," but didn't have the time. But I'm grateful that he came on here tonight. Um, so that is that. So what I'm going to end up doing here soon is streaming the Oregon primary um, Republican candidates. They're having a debate. They're having a debate. So I'm waiting for that to pop up. I'm waiting to get the word like, hey. So that should be happening soon. In the meantime, oh, he's coming back on. He's coming back on. Just let me. We can give him a couple minutes. There you are.
Yeah. Sorry about the technical difficulties.
You hung up on me. It's all right. I get it. I know I can be harsh. You reminded me of the street preachers, and that's probably being a little harsh. So,
hey, it's okay.
Yes.
Brothers can be harsh with brothers.
Amen. No, I was just kind of wrapping it up, and from my understanding, you don't have no place where it's publicized at, or anybody can pick it up.
Not yet. I've got the Journal of Christian Ethics, and then I have 2 more other journals possible that I want to do it. I need to go through the process of it. This is it's a little tougher when you're not an established scholar.
Right.
I mean, I probably could use my seminary I went through is small and it's non-denominational.
Mm-hmm.
No one there even knows me anymore because it's gone through so many changes.
Right.
So it's kind of, yeah. Plus then, like we talked about, I gotta admit, a lot of seminary is cemetery.
Mm-hmm. And I play around with it. I play around with it and have fun with it. But yes, I still do agree with what you're saying on that. Yes.
It can beat the belief out of you.
Yes, it can.
And be judged that way. And I was lucky to have some really good people around me going through it.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody else is trying to get into the picture.
Hi, Mama Bear.
That is my wife of how long now? 40.
How long? Oh, you don't know. He's fired, Mama Bear. He's fired.
40,
you don't know.
42.
Yeah.
42 years. See, I came up with it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
42 years we've been married.
Amen. It's good.
And best gift in my life.
That's almost as old as me.
Yeah.
Told you I could be your mama.
Man.
Laura, I could be your mama.
I know. Yeah.
And if you want to know one of the cool things about this woman here, she was attracted to me because I had a 69 Charger with a 426 Hemi, and I was a street racer at the time. So she is honestly beating guys street racing in a muscle car.
Oh, that's what she found in common there, huh? That was it. That was the spark, huh? You saw them sparks flying out the back of that muscle car, and you're like, "Yep."
It was fun.
Yep.
That's what it's about.
And I'll give you a pistol and my grandmother dad was a Baptist minister in Germany.
Oh, wow.
And we got a hold of her Bible, and I was the only grandchild she was able to lay hands on. And she said she actually renamed me. My name was supposed to be another name, and renamed me Timothy. And said, this one is going to serve God. And so if you got kids or people that aren't doing where they are, yeah, you're talking to a prodigal son here.
Ooh, prodigal.
Yep.
I've been there.
Yep. We've discussed that, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. Yeah. So.
So anything else, and you want to fill time, or you want to let me go? What do you want to do here?
I'll let you go because, like I said, this
I
other
know you
thing,
got something coming up.
yeah, should be starting any moment. So
Okay. And anytime you want to get into the rest of it,
would love to.
you got it.
Would love to. Maybe we'll do that like on a members chat only type of thing.
Yeah, probably be best. You'd probably have less people lit on fire.
I like lighting them on fire. It's good.
Yeah, so do I. But
I mean, it's good to a point, right? I mean, maybe once I get to like 1 million followers, I won't care. But right now, it's kind of like, maybe not.
Yeah, I know. Believe me, it's been a fun ride, hasn't it?
Yeah, I guess. Still building. So
well, strapped to the wing is it might be the cheap seat, but yes, the view is incredible.
It is. Love it. I love it. Well, I appreciate you coming on, Reverend Gunn. I appreciate it.
Blessings to all.
So you guys have a blessed night, okay?
Yep.
And I'm sure you'll be around spying on, in the background, in the shadows.
Hey, they told me that I've been called a NSA bot modding for you.
Right. So there you go.
So
now, here he is live in the flesh. So
smart. See you later.
Cool. All right, bud. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Awesome, you guys. Awesome. Like I said, I'm waiting for another thing to happen. That was a great conversation. Trust me, we can go all day, especially when it comes to theology and things like that. He's picked my brain several times. I think he even said at one point when he was writing this paper that I said something on a couple of the shows, and he had to go back and tweak it a little bit because something that was downloaded into his spirit. So a good family. And I've actually have gone to see them. I've actually have stopped. My first time stopping to see them, where was I at? I was coming from DC, and I had a layover, and I was like, no, I don't even know if I had a layover. I don't think I did have a layover. I think I chose a flight that would give me a layover, but I extended the layover, if that makes sense. I still left the same day, but I kind of was like, oh, is there something later? And I did that. So I came and saw them, spent some time with them, and then I continued my flight home in the same day, if I'm not mistaken. And then there was a few times, kind of like how Reverend Gunn alluded to, that was in Bloomington, somewhere right around there. It's still in Minneapolis, just a suburb of it. Out there street preaching, and he came out and chaperoned and drove me around a little bit to the places where we were street preaching at, and they went to go eat with us at night. And then recently, when I was in Minneapolis last month and a half ago, whatever, obviously saw them then. So they've been in my life. They've been in my life. Very meaningful. I'm waiting to get the word. I'm waiting to get the word of when this is starting. Approximately. Okay. Being here for that was certainly a blessing to me. Yes, I'm glad it was. And I know I saw people in the chat, and I know it might have been hard to understand some of it, but again, if this comes out, it was still a blessing though, because we had the conversations that we had, right? And there were still nuggets within that, even if you don't understand all the words or everything like that. Felt like it was too deep, felt like it was a college course, whatever you may say. There's still stuff in it he was able to pick up. And once he comes out with the paper, once it's, publicized, then again, I'm definitely going to promote it, help with it, and then people can read it and read it slowly so you can understand it more So it's sometimes it's better that way, right? When you can actually see it on paper and read it word for word and process each word. See, I'm a slow processor. I've been. It's funny because a lot of men get well. I don't know if a lot of men get shamed for it, but men do get shamed for being more of a slow processors. Just a fact, and I'm a I'm not quick with it, y'all. Check this out. I'd be horrible in a roasting contest. I'd be horrible. I'd it I'd be like on a 20-second delay. I'm just being honest, y'all. I'm not quick with it. I am not quick with it. I had to process. I think about the stuff. I'm just being real. That's just me. I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them dudes that's like, okay, let's go have a roasting thing, and I want to win. I'm not gonna win. Just being real. Not gonna win at all. Quincy was the first. Yes, I did. I think I did. Yep. Yep. I did. That was the time when I stopped, I think, on my way back from DC. And I forget which DC thing it was. Was it the inauguration for Brandon? Let's go, Brandon. It might have been his. I think it might have been his. Was it? No, it wasn't. I don't know which one it was. I've been in DC quite a bit, especially back in 2020. Not so much now. Although, yeah, no, exactly. Simply no rap battles for me. I've tried it too. I've tried to do the whole rhyming thing, and nope, he ain't black. So Joe Biden was absolutely correct. I'm just playing, but no, no rap battles for me. I cannot do it. I've tried. I'm like, nope, I'll stick to DJing. Let me play that funky music and blend the music and all that jazz. I'll do that. I'll b-boy a little bit, a couple of windmills and head spins. I'm good to go. Maybe not no more. I haven't practiced it for like 10 years, 12 years, more like 15. But I still have it down in my head. I still know what to do, but I just haven't executed it. I've shown my kids. I've actually done it for my kids. I've done the windmill in front of my kids. Helicopter. I'm like, no way. You can only go like 3 circles, but that's it. So, let's see real quick, you guys. Oh, yes. That's what I wanted to promote. They have a podcast too. What's the name of the podcast and where can people find that at, please? My sister went to DC on her 8th grade field trip. I was so jealous because I'd never been to DC at the time, and I was mad at my mom. That was one thing I didn't let go to God. Reverend Gunn was talking about letting things go to God. I did not let that one go. My mom helped my sister get to DC on her 8th grade field trip. I was like, dang. And she's younger than me. I was like, I didn't get to go to DC. Fly across the country as an 8th grader, have fun with your classmates. I was mad. I was mad about it. So let's do a little catch up on some stuff. There's a lot of stuff flying around. A lot of stuff flying around. Don't know if it's true or not, but there's stuff flying around. So says President Trump has announced that the United States, together with its allies, will reopen the Strait of Hormuz by using military force to ensure safe navigation. He calls on countries to deploy warships to the Strait of Hormuz alongside the United States, while America will continue large-scale bombardments along the coastline and the destruction of Iranian military targets. So that's one thing. I want to share this, and I don't know if this is true, so I'm just going to share it because it's not the first person that has actually said it. And actually, Michael Flynn Jr. actually said it too, and is questioning it. Where is it at? Right here. Let me show you guys this. Let me show you. All right, this might be concerning. We'll go over here. This one. Yes.
From people in the military, from people in the White House, Joe Rogan earlier, just about 30 minutes ago, saying, what do I think? So I'm going to tell you what I think right now. The Fortress of Zion is a giant underground base right there in Tel Aviv. And it got hit by one of the ballistic missiles last June that literally exploded like 100 feet away from Netanyahu's prime minister's office and destroyed it. Then they sealed the whole area. Google imaging won't show it. And we know that at least 5 ballistic missiles have come into that area and have appeared to hit the ground. But Israel has been basically blacking that out. And other Arab countries have been arresting journalists, people that even show missile strikes in their countries. So it's very hard to get the facts in. What we do know is that for 3-4 days or so, Netanyahu hasn't been seen. Then he suddenly puts out a video earlier today that does look AI, that to me looks fake. I'm not saying he's dead. But this is what hit me when I saw this. Do you think Netanyahu is dumb enough to actually be on the surface or even the second or third level of that base that the Iranian missiles can't get in the lower areas of? It's reportedly like 10 levels deep. Do you think he would actually be above ground to be hit? I mean, the Israelis get hit every night in their major cities other than Jerusalem. And it's off limits because it's the holy city to Muslims as well. And the Israelis in general aren't seeing big casualties because they sleep in the bunkers now that they have under all the major cities. But it was Netanyahu and the Likudniks that killed Yitzhak Rabin. And that's how Netanyahu stayed in power pretty much continually for 25 years. He's been kicked out a few times and always gets back in. It'd be the perfect cover story to have the Israeli opposition that's backed by the Rothschilds kill Netanyahu and then blame it on the Iranians. We have one of the leading rabbis come out a few weeks ago and say, we need to blow up the Dome of the Rock Mosque to build our third temple that's built on top of the second temple that Titus destroyed in 70 AD, the Roman general, under orders from Pompeo, not Pompeo of today, Pompeo of then, 2,000 years ago. And they are going to rebuild that. So he said we should blow it up and say an Iranian missile did it. So that's just an example of some of the thinking that goes on in false flag land. That's pure speculation. It's not a conspiracy theory. We don't know the facts. Netanyahu will probably pop up and probably alive. But it's completely reasonable in this fog of war to ask that question. Also, I don't like the mullahs. And I also knew this war would expand and be a quagmire, which have been proven to be right. Now they're getting the 82nd Airborne, the Marines ready to invade the Strait of Hormuz to keep it open. I mean, this is out of control. I wish 2 weeks ago when it started, though, that it was going to start. I wish they would have fallen, but I predicted they wouldn't. So in this larger fiasco, Iran is the underdog. And everybody just can't help at a gut level kind of wish this wasn't happening and kind of feel for the Iranians, even though their leadership is bad. Is watching the little guy get pounded and bullied on. Nobody likes it at an instinctive, really spiritual level. So people want to believe some of them that Netanyahu got hit because watching the Iranians sit there and only take it just doesn't seem fair. I don't want Netanyahu to be dead because he'll turn him into a martyr. That is the worst possible thing that I want. I want to stop these wars. I want to stop what's happening in Gaza. And I want Israel to stop manipulating our foreign policy, which now they're out in the open doing, and it's just out of control. I love the head of the ADL yesterday, like, Jews aren't involved and Israel's not involved in this war. It's anti-Semitic to say it. Come on, Israel. You're the main lobby pushing it. There's some other lobbies wanted as well, military industrial complex, and people want to block the Chinese IMEC corridor and Belton Road and BRICS. So there's an alignment of Western interests that want this, but Israel and the Israel lobby is the reason this is happening. Israel launched the attack 14 days ago. The Dragons didn't do it. They admit that. So just cut the crap. So I don't know if Netanyahu's alive or dead, but I know this. This war is far from over, and Iran is willing to fight to the death, and that puts them in the driver's seat. God bless you all. Continue to cover this all at Real Alex Jones on X. Also follow me on Rumble, the Alex Jones Show. God bless you all.
Okay, so again, I don't know if it's true. But obviously he did this video, I think yesterday, but he just came out with it today. He's not the only person saying it or questioning it, I should say, not saying it, but questioning it. So I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm just sharing what's coming out, what's people are talking about. Here's another one. Is Netanyahu alive? Look, you guys, I don't know. I'm just kind of saying this stuff, right? That's what I'm here to do. Just to kind of say it. Don't know who that person is, but people are questioning it. They have 2,000 impressions or likes right now. But again, Michael Flynn Jr. Okay, 100,000 followers. Where is Yahoo at? Yahoo. Right there in the middle. You can see it right with it's not on the screen. But he's asking as well, where's Netanyahu? Question marks, right where I hearted it myself, because kind of wondering the same thing. Why? So why is that all of a sudden a thing? Where is he at? Is he alive? Don't know, right? We don't know. Why would anybody do that? I think because of the fact of who it is, maybe. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't know why they win it. Unless it is something more of a deep state, kind of like the speculations and the thoughts. That could be it. So, all right. Here we go. I think we're going. All right. How far are we into this? 10 minutes? Geyer is at this place streaming this live, so I'm going to be restreaming him, guys. It started about 10 minutes ago. He didn't let me know. Shame on him. He's supposed to. All right. You're supposed to let. All right. Here we go. Real quick, Laura, thank you for the super chat. I remember stumbling across a Facebook Live of yours one day, and I started watching and following. My ex-fiance wasn't a fan. I still continued to follow, and I'm glad that I did. Thank you. Thank you to all of you who are here tonight.
Tonight, we are bringing back the Republican candidate seeking their party's nomination, Governor of Oregon. Please join me in welcoming Commissioner Battle. Representative Gale.
Muffly.
Here's how this meeting is going to work. We will begin with 4-minute opening statements from each candidate. This meeting order has been determined in advance. Following opening statements, we will move to 4 policy rounds: the economy, criminal justice, education, and natural resources. Each round will include 2 to 3 questions. For each question, each candidate will have up to 3 minutes to respond. After all candidates have answered, you will be allowed 60 seconds for a rebuttal statement. Time allows. Speaking order will rotate for each question to explore fairness. Time limits will be strictly enforced for visible time cues and time allocation. When the time expires, I will step in so we can stay on the schedule and ensure an equal opportunity for all candidates. After the policy rounds, we will move into an audience Q&A segment with pre-selected questions directed at all candidates. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to respond. We ask the audience to remain respectful throughout this evening. No cheering, moving, or interruptions at any time, and that's not going to be a problem. This is a forum for ideas, solutions, and leadership. With that, we will begin our 4-minute opening statements. Representative Deal, you get to go first.
Hello, everybody. I can't see anybody now. It's so bright. We're here. Yeah, okay. There's people here. Oh, my God. It's great to be here. I'll tell you what, that's my family to be here next November. If we need change in the cities, we I want to talk a little bit about my background, where I come from. You know, I'm a husband and father. My wife is somewhere out there in we live just a couple miles from the outside, and we raise our kids here. And I'm a son of a lawyer, I'm a grandson of a sawmill, great grandson of a sawmill. And I spent a lot of time working in wood products. I'm an engineer, working in wood products, automation, running my own business. And that is the perspective I come to the legislature. And I gotta say, I know I'm going to take your country here. I live just outside of the state of Indiana. It's something that's really important to me is to let the law resolve. That's the perspective I have comes to the United States. I also, I just want to lead into what my vision is in more of our state. We have the most beautiful state in America. The Carolinas here, got the mountains, got the ocean. I love it. I love it. But what good is that if you can't afford to live? What good is that if your kids can't get an education? What good is that if your kids stand walking down the street? And what good is that if it doesn't seem to be? So my vision for Oregon, why I'm fighting is we will be the greatest state, not only the most beautiful state, the greatest state to live, to work, to raise a family, and retire with our grandchildren and our children here, because they don't want to leave to find a better way of life and find justice. That is what the vision is important. And we can do it with the right leadership and the right. We have 40 years of hard work in the state, 40 years of the 40 years to the inauguration day, the 15 last Republican. That has been long enough. And you guys know it is way over change. I'm excited for the opportunity. I think that this is our year to take it back to public office, take it back to leadership, as a Republican, I'm excited about this run. And I cannot wait to be your next governor. I look forward to this debate.
Now you're you so much. I'm so excited to be back down here in Coos County. As a county commissioner, I have to tell you, I know a lot about your county, and I really like the county commissioners. They're fighting all of them. So I'm a fifth generation marketing for Indian County, small business owner, a mom, a wife, a Christian, and somebody who just really feels that we're going to serve as an executive in office. They can come in on day one and get a job. I'm frankly tired of partisan politics in this state. We just have a straight taking anything done at the state level, the community level. We're going to talk a lot today about those topics and what to say about them. And I don't think you follow along with me. I'm running because the last 6 years as a city county commissioner of the largest county ever, I have consistently bumped my head on legislative issues in the governor's office of policies. The government should not be on meetings, not on the state, not on the capital, and certainly not on the governor's jurisdiction. Cities and counties are the heartbeat of the state. They are completely ignored. You can go into the legislature and talk to legislators, and while you have partnerships, they have their priorities. My job as a community commissioner today is to run a government efficiently, affordably, and with priorities set for people in my community. I'm blessed to be that very successful. I'm a candidate in this race right now that runs efficient government. Imagine if that could be like the state level. Imagine if you had a legislator that said, you actually need more money because I understand the needs I have to live in. Imagine if I asked you your priorities and I actually looked at it for you. I do that right now as a county commissioner. My job is to get. I'm fighting these state policies and legislative governor's office every single day. I fight against homeless policies, transportation policies, environmental policies, solid waste policies, natural resource policies, land use policies, housing policies. Take a freedom policy. And it's in my way. It's in my way to serve people in front of me. There's over 4 million people in the state deserve a voice. Everybody deserves a voice. But all 4 corners of the state, everywhere in between, deserves an equal shot. Not just corporate, not just the left. When I grew up here in Oregon, I grew up with a single mom who had a serious mental health issue. She divorced my dad when I was 3. And from that point until she left me when I was 16, we had a repressive system of working. In and out of homelessness, in and out of schools. If she could keep a job, it worked better. If she didn't, well, we were chasing things down. Nobody showed up to help our families succeed. Because the question in Oregon is whose responsibility is it? I believe it's the family's responsibility to care for their family members. But when they're difficult and you don't have means, what do? You should turn to a functional government that provides a data that I'm tired of Oregon systems failing us. We can do better. We deserve executive leadership in the governor's office and hiring. Please follow up on my meeting and the answers to my questions today. And I promise you will be best. Thanks so much.
How's it going, Coos County? How you guys doing? Here's the thing. Someone who's taking the dinner, so you don't know me. I grew up in Turner, Salem, Oregon. I'm taking some Turner phone here. And I graduated in 2007 and then graduated from George Fox in 2017. And after graduating from George Fox, I looked at my state and I was like, what? And then, Lord, are you doing? What is going on with the Lord? Then I looked at the Republican Party. A lot of good people in the Republican Party. A lot of good people in this room. But I thought to myself, why are we not fighting harder? Why are we not standing firm on our beliefs and on our values and our ideas for our state, our economy, our families? And then I saw the Democrats' offices, we all see the Democrats and how crazy they're going against us. how much they're all in on our families, on our businesses. I can't even speak guys. But folks, 7 years ago, I started a movement online because I wanted to inspire. We think we're going to be represented correctly, especially as conservatives. I didn't think we were taking a fight from Democrats as they continue to destroy our states and persecute our children. And so I created a movement. I wanted to take that movement and get people mobilized. At the same time, taking a fight to the belly of the beast, which is Portland, Oregon. And that's what I've been doing the last several years. I've been on the ground fighting for you. I've been your voice, giving you a voice, getting eyeballs across the nation, on Oregon, and getting us some help, getting us some attention. Because I believe that Oregon is worth saving. I believe that Oregon, did you have the people here to defeat the Democrats? We just need better leaders. We need more courageous leaders. We need more bold leaders that are not going to just fight when it gets easy, but fight when it gets hard. And I'm popular. I don't know about all of you, but I'm tired of being called a bigot, a racist, a white supremacist, a Christian nationalist. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of letting the Democrats run my story. I'm tired of letting the Democrats label us and playing defense. Folks, it's time to go on offense. That's what we get here about. We need to get back to our adopted values. We need to get back to call on the name of the Lord to save our land. Stop running away from our values in real life.
I'm going to switch it up, you guys. I'm sorry, but it's a better quality. I want to switch it up. Sorry. Right now. I apologize. The audio just wasn't good. I apologize. So forgive me.
First off, that is not true, what he just said. That bill has nothing to do, Medicaid cannot be used for illegal immigrants. It's against federal law. That bill has nothing to do with that, absolutely nothing. What that bill does is it is a fee that the hospitals pay. They give it to the state uses that to draw down Medicaid dollars, and all that money goes back to the hospitals. All that money goes back. That is part of how the way hospitals are funded. You guys have a hospital here, right? Bay Area Hospital. Without that funding, that hospital would not exist. It's as simple as that. So I made a decision. Do I support this? It's kind of a misnomer to even call it a tax, because every dollar that they put in the fee to match to get the Medicaid dollars down goes right back to the hospital. So there is nothing in that bill that directs Medicaid dollars to non-US citizens, nothing in that bill. It is a process in which hospitals are funded to provide care for the elderly, children, people with disabilities, everything else that Medicaid is used for. Now, that said, is there waste and fraud with Medicaid? Yes, there is. That is why I wrote a letter on this Tren-Aragua issue. I wrote a letter to the DOJ and the Office of Inspector General demanding an investigation into the Medicaid fraud. Thank you.
This is a classic politician. That's why I'm in the race right here.
We need to move on, Mr. Medina.
Classic politician move. First of all, sending letters isn't going to do a dang thing. You voted against your party on that bill. You could have put provisions in it to stop illegals from being funded, but you didn't, Representative Deal. You voted with the Democrats. Sorry.
Thank you, candidates. With that, we're going to move on to our second question in our economy policy round. Mr. Medina, you will go first. You will have 3 minutes. What is your plan to fund and maintain transportation infrastructure without relying on unpopular tax increases like the recent gas tax hikes? Go ahead. Mr. Medina.
Oh, I thought you said Deal. Sorry, can you say that again? My bad.
Yes.
I was still caught up on the last
What is your
question.
plan to fund and maintain transportation infrastructure without relying on unpopular tax increases,
Yeah.
like the recent gas tax hikes?
Yeah, so we all know the Democrats, their failures, right? They cause, they can't get their, they can't spend, their spending priorities are out of order. So they come to us, they tax us. When they have people leave the state, that leaves funds like in Portland. That's why Portland's in a recession, because there are businesses and people leaving, and there's tax dollars that are being burdened back onto the city. So the city doesn't have, that's how they make their money. They make their money off of us. So how do they make it for their failures of driving people out of the state and driving business out of the state? Is they tax us more and more and more. They put more fees on it. I'm sure a lot of you hunt, fish. You guys are out there recreationally. You guys see all the fees that are there, that are increasing. One of the fees, the paddle fee, right? You guys all heard about the paddle fee. Now your canoes and your rafts are now they're taxed like they're boats, right? There's a fee that they pass on that let us paddle tax. Representative Deal actually voted with that to increase that tax. A lot of you don't know that, and I didn't know that actually until recently. I was surprised by that, but he voted with that. He voted to increase that. I'll just say this, and I'm just being honest, guys. I'm not, again, this is just being honest here. I'm not just pulling stuff out, okay? But here's the thing. I believe the Senate Republicans said that the funding was already there to fund what the Democrats were trying to pass the $4.3 billion transportation tax with. They said the funding was already there. I say, let's look into those departments like ODOT. And I've talked to a couple ODOT employees that are like, dude, you don't know how bad it is. The DEI crap that's being funded and all the woke crap that's being funded within ODOT, how about we take the money out of that and put it towards our roads and towards the funding that we need? I mean, this is just the theme of a Democrat-run government. All of this waste, fraud, and abuse. I mean, some of the staffers are getting insane six-figure jobs or six-figure salaries. And so I think with my approach, with the Doge-style approach here in Oregon, with the auditing, we're going to find there's going to be a lot of dollars to be freed up on. They're probably somehow paying illegals through ODOT. I don't know. But guys, there's so much waste in our government. There's so much wasteful spending. And we all know it's happening. It's not just exclusive to Minnesota. It's happening all over wherever Democrats are in control. And so I believe the Senate Republicans, I believe them when they say the funding was already there. They did a great job. The Senate Republicans and the House Republicans did a great job fighting that tax bill. And we got to give them credit for that. But I believe the money is there. And how about we stop funding woke crap and stuff for illegal aliens, and we actually start using your taxpayer dollars on the problems? I mean, I know that's a crazy thought, but that's where I would start.
Thank you. Representative Deal, it's your turn.
So what is the number one priority for ODOT if you looked at their strategic plan? What do you think it is? Potholes, that's a good answer. That's what it should be. It's equity. Equity. And we spend tens of millions of dollars within ODOT on DEI related policies. But when you have an agency that is not aligned with its core mission, number one, is road safety and maintenance. That is number one. When you have an agency that is not prioritizing core mission, there is waste in there. As your next governor, I will prioritize that agency on its core mission, which is number one, road safety and maintenance. Eliminate the DEI. But it's bigger than that. I think we're the only state in the country that taxes every citizen for mass transit. Okay, we have a statewide mass transit tax. Whether you live where I live in little old Scio, which is, I'm not actually in Scio, I'm outside of Scio. I've never seen a bus go by. I am paying for mass transit. That money, I believe, should be redirected toward other things within ODOT, like road safety and maintenance. There's a long list of things that we could do to redirect money. Those are part of the Republican plan that was presented. And when the governor says we didn't bring a plan, well, we did bring a plan. But then I look at some other things going on within ODOT. We have an agency that has put together an I-5 bridge that is going to cost well over $10 billion by their design. We spent years and hundreds of millions of dollars designing this bridge. I think that the number might be closer to $15 or $17 billion. That's federal money and state money. But you look at that bridge and it's a double decker, it's got mass transit, it's got all these things, but it doesn't add a third lane across the bridge. These are boondoggles. That is a boondoggle of a bridge. That is a waste of taxpayer money. We could design that bridge for less than $5 billion, a nice, simple, single-decker bridge to get vehicles across it. The same with the Rose Quarter. The Rose Quarter is a project, except for $2 billion. It's the only stretch of I-5 in an urban area that doesn't have a third lane. This $2 billion project with a cap over it where you can build, they're gonna have buildings on top over the highway and parks. They don't add a third lane. ODOT is not making good use of your tax dollars. I know how to dive into this in detail within that agency, put the right leadership in place, flip it around, and you don't need new taxes to do what they need to do.
Thank you. Commissioner Bethel.
Thank you. I love this question so much. Here's why. Do you know what one of the major roles county commissioners perform in their obligation in elected seat? We are the local road authority. While you would think that the priority for the Oregon Department of Transportation would be safe roads and bridges, obviously heard from Representative Deal, it's actually dumber than anything I've ever heard in my life. It's about equity, and it's not even about equity and prioritization of safe roads and bridges. When I said in my opening speech that I literally bump my head on state policies like every single day, this is a priority example of that. Let me tell you what I'm going to do as the governor when I get in there. How about we prioritize roads and bridges? And we should also be partnering. It's a word that is like a miss in our vernacular here in Oregon with elected leaders. We have 36 counties and over 200 cities that manage roads and bridges in their communities. Every single year, we have to prioritize them so that way folks can live healthy in their communities. You know who doesn't work with us on a regular basis for our scheduling of maintenance and execution of new systems? ODOT. Now, ODOT has the same type of systems that I have in my county. They have all the engineers, all the road crew, all the things in mirrored status. But did you also know that the Oregon Department of Transportation has considerable less amount of road miles and bridges to deal with than counties do across this state? You all here in Coos County should pay attention to your road system. I know you're frustrated with a pothole, but pay attention to what your commissioners are trying to do just to inch by with the very few crumbs that we get handed down from the gas tax at statewide. And because we have an adversarial system between our state and the federal government, we don't even qualify for most programs now that we could always have qualified before because our governor's constantly fighting with our president. You can reduce the system overall and the cost, not just by prioritizing your roads and bridges and partnering, but also by the type of procurement process you execute in those systems. Public procurement is a very specific system that's designed by statute. There's 3 systems of procurement in government, and ODOT uses what's called the cost plus system, which essentially gives more control and power of the cost to the contractor than it does the program deliverer, which is ODOT. There's no way I would ever get by with that in my community because I have to talk to my neighbors that elected me at Safeway in the milk aisle, and they would be pissed if I was just letting a contractor roll me over for twice the cost on a freaking I-5 bridge or anything else. In fact, he's my neighbor. I know he would tell me about it. I'm going to make sure that ODOT lives within their means and that we prioritize our systems through proper public procurement. We're going to prioritize in partnership with counties and cities. Thoughtful planning is really, really important. At the end of the day, we cannot continue to give away contingency systems to contractors and focusing on overall systems with union workers. Thank you.
All right, let's move on to our third question in the economy round. We're going to start out with Representative Deal. With 77% of voters saying housing affordability is getting worse and it ranking high in top issues, how would you accelerate housing construction, reform land use laws like urban growth boundaries, or incentivize development to bring down costs?
Good question. First off, I think we should build Oregon homes with Oregon timber. How's that sound? Yeah. Yes. And I hope we get to talk about that. Yes, we have a housing crisis here. It's and I would look at it the way our current governor looks at it is it has to be government funded, and she wants to put everybody in little apartment buildings. I think what we need to do is really look at our urban growth boundaries. The way that law was set up about 50 years ago was always designed to be, what does the growth look like looking forward? Those urban growth boundaries were not set in stone. The intent was to visit those and look and say, what does that growth boundary look like 20 years from now? What's our 20-year plan for growth? Oregon, we want our communities to grow, but grow at a pace that seems reasonable for the people in the communities. And so I think those urban growth boundaries do need to be looked at and expanded so we can have family homes, so we can have homes with yards where kids can play. I want my children to be able to grow up and live in Oregon, to buy a home in Oregon, to raise their family in Oregon. And what that means is I don't want them living in apartment complexes that are state funded. Private sector can do this. Land is part of the challenge. That does require revisiting some of our urban growth laws. But I believe that the way the law is set up allows that. And I will make sure that we look at that seriously and make sure that our communities are allowing modest expansion so that our kids and our grandkids have a place to live and build their homes. But I definitely want it done with private sector. The other thing is permitting and regulations in this state are driving the costs of homes through the roof. We need to revamp our permitting processes. I'm calling for true dashboards and transparency on how those permits work with set time frames for permits. And if a permit is not released, the person doesn't have to pay the fee. And if there are projects that are delayed, those projects show up on my desk to be resolved. That's how it's done in other states. That's not how it's done in Oregon. So these projects can be done with good permitting. There's regulations, and there's a whole bunch of regulations that we put in to make it more difficult or more expensive to build homes in Oregon. And so I would look at that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bethel, it's your turn.
So I got the first two portions of the housing affordability. Can you just read the question for me just to make sure?
Absolutely. With 77% of voters saying housing affordability is getting worse and it ranking high on top issues, how would you accelerate housing construction, reform land use laws like urban growth boundaries, or incentivize development to bring down costs?
Thank you. So I do this today as a commissioner. I'm just going to keep saying it. You should pay attention to what your county commissioners do. Super important stuff. I'll tell you on day one when I come into office, just like Rep. Deal said earlier on executive orders, I'm going to write an executive order to do two things. One, get rid of the CPP, the Climate Protection Plan, which eliminates natural gas statewide, and it's super stupid. And the second thing is getting rid of CFAC, the Climate Friendly Equitable Communities Plan, which is also an executive order that's been bumping its head down the way through cities across the state. Marion County is actually the only county in the state that has a large enough unincorporated area that it's treated like a city, and therefore I get to be a city councilor too. And I'm very frustrated at the rate of housing development in this space. What I'm mostly frustrated about is what I consider modern day redlining happening to people in poverty across Oregon because we focus on climate over livability in systems design. We have no thoughtful plan across this state. So I will be working on a plan. I do it right now. In fact, in Marion County, we have a dashboard that I designed and implemented with our planning team that allows any developer to come into Marion County and click through our screens to see where they can go build and what they can build and what the challenges are to that build. Is there a water sensitivity zone? Is there a lack of infrastructure? Lack of infrastructure is why it costs so much to build for developers in this state. People complain all the time to me about service delivery charges, SDCs. It is important that we make sure that we have equitable investments in our systems for communities to be able to maintain those systems going forward. That's what the purpose of an SDC is. But it's not to raise the cost of housing. We have infrastructure deserts across this state. Every single community, even the largest urban spaces. We need partners in the state leadership systems, in the legislature, at Oregon Housing and Community Services, and in the governor's office, to be able to go out and work with local leaders to figure out where they want development to be. I don't think that we want anybody coming from Portland into Coos Bay telling us where we should build housing. It's not their culture or their community, and they should mind their business, frankly. It should be run from the local communities, a bottom-up approach. You have city councilors, you have mayors, you have county commissioners that have to design plans every year to be successful. I'm also going to tell you that we should do everything on a fee-for-service basis, and if you can't pay for it, then you don't get it. We have fee-for-service systems in local governments, and we don't get to cost outside ourselves, but we shouldn't be forcing these costs onto developers because government thinks that they need to take from every source possible. You can live within your means, you can have a proper plan, and you can actually execute these systems just fine. We need to have a plan around all kinds of housing, not just multifamily housing. I'm sick of the warehousing concept in this state, assuming everybody wants to live in an apartment or a condo. I grew up that way. I can tell you it's not healthy and it's not affordable. Thank you.
Can you repeat the full question, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you repeat the full question, please?
Yes. With 77% of voters saying housing affordability is getting worse and it ranking high in top issues, how would you accelerate housing construction, reform land use laws like urban growth boundaries, or incentivize development to bring down costs?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of us understand how difficult it is to get into a house today, especially with inflation over the past few years. People want to be in houses again. And one of the first things I would do as governor is I would do everything in my power to stop out-of-state construction companies and out-of-state corporate interests from building on our land. I would get the CCP completely, their grip completely off of Oregon, completely off of of owning land in Oregon. Some Republicans, I'm sad to say, have teamed up with the Democrats with that one. So I want to get out-of-state interests off of our state. And we have to get people back in houses, especially the middle class. And we do that through making things more affordable, lowering taxes. And so when we do my Doge style auditing and we get in the governor's mansion and we actually find the fraud, waste, and abuse, hold people accountable, we can actually lower taxes. And I do want to take the federal tax code. I want to do the tax on tips and not tax bonus pay as regular pay, as double taxing. I want to lower the burden on Oregonians so that they have more money in their pockets so we can actually get into housing. And so as governor, you know, in this situation, Oregonians have been put last at every single turn. We have companies and corporate interests coming into the state and making it harder we have a supply and demand problem right now. And so I would do a housing council with the best experts to look at this and figure out what's best for you, not what's best for corporate interests.
Thank you. Well, at this time, perhaps we could bring up an audience member for a question. Why don't we bring up one or two audience members between policy rounds for an audience question, just to break it up a little bit.
You point across like we
Rob
can see.
Ginsrick.
Wave your arms around. You can use this one.
Give up.
Yeah, of course.
There he is. There he is. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir.
You're so polite here.
So this is a really specific question. This is like a one topic issue. You know, we have a lot of crime. You had addressed, Mr. Deal, you had addressed crime earlier on in your opening statements, and it's no secret that we have a lot of crime. And I think our area in particular is really serviced by a lot of crime. One of the ones that really bothers me the most are the sexual offenders. And we have a plethora of them. We rank number 1 in the nation in terms of per capita for sex offenders. We are number 27 in population for the entire nation, yet we are number 6 in terms of actual just raw numbers, not per capita. So we're number 1 per capita for sexual offenders in the state of Oregon, and we're number 6 in just terms of raw numbers. That's insane. And I see a lot of things. I see a lot of, you hear platitudes. It's like that everywhere across the nation, but it's truly not. It is something that does exist everywhere, but it's uniquely saturated where we live in this amazing, amazing state of Oregon. Now, in 2019, there was a House Bill 3273 that was put through, and 2 years later, it was put into law that made it difficult for law enforcement to release mugshots. Now, the auspices of it, the generalization of it was, well, it'll prevent doxing and it'll prevent people from being held for ransom with their mugshots later on in their life. But what it's also done is it's kind of hamstrung the citizens, and it's keeping us from knowing who are the bad guys in our neighborhoods. We can't see them any longer. Now, to be true, when by the time they get prosecuted, by the time they get incarcerated, those mugshots can be released in some circumstances, but by then it's old news and no agencies have any desire to do that, and then potentially look at a lawsuit later on. The sex offender registry. It's the OSP sex offender registry. We only list the top tier sex offenders. Like the highest level sex offenders are listed on it, and we are still missing about 50% of those. I've spoken personally with the parole department asking about, because we have a huge homeless problem here, and a lot of them are sex offenders, but they're not registered. We don't have any of these people on the registry. A lot of them are coming from out of state, and in speaking with the people that do this for a living at the parole board and such, they don't have the manpower, they don't have the ability to do it. And actually, that was my ending it right there. Thank you all. What do you think of this? How do you fix it? Is this a priority to you? Thank you so much. And sorry for my rambling, but I had to kind of give you all the background.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you for the microphone.
Commissioner Bethel, we'll be starting with you.
Yeah, thank you. So that's a great topic and a frustrating topic in general for any Oregonian. Public safety in Oregon, which I think is going to be one of the things that we're going to talk about criminal justice, but at the end of the day, is one of the greatest underfunded systems in Oregon. It's unprioritized because, defund the police, right? Well, I'll tell you, I'm a fund the police girl, and I'm a fund criminal justice systems kind of girl, and I'm also really invested in funding community corrections. So when you talked about talking to the probation officer, parole officer, that's the Community Corrections Division that's run by counties, except for 3 counties in Oregon that the state runs. When we don't have ample resources per our population, we can't deliver appropriate services. It's exceptionally costly to run public safety across the board, especially when people are at large in the community. You'd think it would just be as easy as putting an ankle monitor on them and then managing them, but it turns out you have to have a person to watch the monitor that pays attention to the ankle monitor, which costs money. We have to invest in that system as a priority. I tell you, there's several pieces of legislation that went through the Capitol in the last few years that have been really harmful to public safety, but House Bill 3273 is one of those, and I believe it should be repealed. And as governor, you can write executive orders based on public safety and halt those situations. And we need a governor that's going to come into office and understand the system of public safety, not just the Department of Corrections and putting people in prison, but what it means to keep people safe in our communities, hold them accountable, and stabilize them in the institution space if that's where they need to be, or back into our communities. I did not know that Coos County was one of the highest per capita communities for sex offense, and that's atrocious. I can also tell you that I suspect there's probably higher because people who are homeless, they're not registered or tracked anywhere in this state. They come in and out across our borders. They get sent down here from buses from Multnomah County. They come into my community from Multnomah County, California, Washington, whatever. And we don't actually have a cohesive system between public safety, Department of Human Services, Oregon Health Authority, and local governments to make sure we know who are in our community. So at the end of the day, it's a priority for me. I understand it very clearly, and I know exactly how to hold these people accountable and keep you safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder for these guest questions, you only have 2 minutes to respond. Mr. Medina, you're up.
Yeah. Can you repeat that question, sir? I'm just kidding. Calm down. I'm just kidding. Man, we must be in Coos County, man. Question. Here's the thing.
I know exactly who said that too.
Here's the thing. That's awesome. I love the passion. We need more of it, especially in our government. Here's the thing, guys. Public safety, our police. I mean, it's no surprise that that we have a sex offender problem here in Oregon and in Coos County because it's ran by the party that releases gang members, illegal Tren de Aragua gang members that have committed child sex crimes back into our streets like it's nothing. So this part, Democrats don't care about law and order, and they gaslight us and believe to make us believe that we are the problem, like they are defending democracy. Just look at their actions, look at their track record. They don't care about law and order. And in fact, it goes deeper than just funding the police. It goes deeper than that. If you actually, so I've sat in city council meetings in Portland. I've talked to police officers in Portland, officers who support me. I've talked to police officers across Oregon. It's not just about funding the police. It's about how the Democrats view the police. And it's by design, folks. Weakening our law and order is by design to dismantle this country and dismantle the state. And you saw it in Portland. Look at our officers, our DHS officers and our ICE officers in Portland that are attacked on a weekly basis. And these people are still called protesters. And then our government has the nerve, our Democrats in Oregon has the nerve to act like DHS and ICE are the problem. Look at how they're talking about the targets that they're putting on the backs of ICE agents. Folks, this is why I'm in the race, because we need someone in here that is actually going to call out these problems. And by the way, that bill, a lot of you maybe don't know this, that bill that got rid of mugshots conveniently happened when Governor Kotek's staffer at the time got arrested for rioting in downtown Portland. That's why they passed that bill. And that was helped with Republicans. I'll let you go look it up because, again, I'm trying to be nice. But Republicans helped them pass that bill. Again, folks, that's why I'm in the race, because it's about time that you guys have people stand up for you and stand up for our law enforcement.
Thank you. Representative Deal.
I would also repeal the House Bill 3273 for the mugshots. I disagree with that. There was a number of bad crime bills that came out of that. Something else related specifically with the sex offenders, Governor Kotek has tried to basically loosen some of the rules and how sex offenders are classified, because getting to his point, we have this tremendous backlog. I don't know how this happens, but we have a backlog in classifying sex offenders in this state. We have so many of them. And so instead of dealing with that issue and classifying them, she went down a road of, well, let's just not bother with it. That's a problem. So if that is indeed an issue, we need to deal with it and make sure that those offenders are adequately classified and the communities are informed and notified, and that needs to be done on the websites there. A couple other things, and I think part of this with the sex offenders is related, I believe, to the homeless situation. And maybe we're going to get into this in the criminal justice section. Are we going to talk about that?
A little bit.
Maybe a little bit. Okay. I've only got 45 seconds left, so I'm not going to get into that. But I will talk about another bill that came around in the same time as this mugshot bill, and that was Senate Bill 48 from 2022, which is a catch and release bill, which basically allows law enforcement. You can assault a police officer, you can commit a robbery, and you will be released. And you can go back and steal again and be released, and steal again and be released. You can steal multiple times before your first theft is even prosecuted. This also needs to be reversed. So we have a number of laws that were passed at a time a few years ago that are increasing crime in this state, making our communities less safe, and we need to reverse those. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we need to move on as time is ticking quickly. So let's enter our criminal justice system policy round. First up, we're going to have Mr. Medina answer the question. You have 3 minutes in this section. If you would like a 60-second rebuttal, please kind of raise your hand and I will call on you. All right, this question is for you. What steps would you take as governor to address the chronic underfunding and staffing shortages in Oregon's public defender offices, which have caused excessive trial delays, leading to violations of defendants' Sixth Amendment rights and the release of potentially dangerous criminals back into our communities?
Yeah, so we all know there's a corruption problem in Oregon. We all know why the Democrats release these people. They have no respect for our laws, and they pretend like we're the ones that don't respect. Are you holding up to 30 seconds already? Oh, okay.
Oh.
I was like, geez, dude. I'm sorry, repeat the question. That threw me off. That threw me off. Repeat the question real quick. I was on a line of thinking, man.
What steps would you take as governor to address the chronic underfunding and staffing shortages in Oregon's public defender offices, which have caused excessive trial delays, leading to violations of defendants' Sixth Amendment rights and the release of potentially dangerous criminals back into our communities?
Well, I would fund it. And I would hold our legislators and our justice system to actually start prosecuting these crimes. I know you guys remember the riots of 2020 and how many times the DA, Mike Schmidt at the time, released all of these rioters back on. It's so funny because they call me a rioter and all I did was peacefully protest. But they release people that hurt cops. They release people that attack cops on a nightly basis, that were throwing firebombs at the federal courthouse, and they released them. They dropped all their charges. So I'd absolutely fund it. And when we free up all the money from the fraud, waste, and abuse that we find, we can fund it with that. And I'd start holding criminals accountable. I know it's a crazy concept, is holding criminals accountable. But guys, if you really understand, so one thing that I learned being in Portland and going to college in Portland and seeing how these people really think about our justice system is they believe it's broken. They believe it's racist. They believe that it privilege, or in one of the whitest states in the nation, Oregon, they believe that it isn't fair against people of color. And so what they do is they weaken our justice system. They underfund our public defender, the public defender system, and they release these criminals back onto the street because it's part of dismantling the system. That's what these people believe, guys. That's why you need an outsider to go in there and actually uphold our Oregon Constitution, uphold our laws, because these people have no respect. They have no respect for our systems. When you think our system is unfair and racist, you're going to treat it as such. And so that's why you see criminals released. That's why they have no respect for illegal immigration. They put illegals here ahead of all of us. They let Tren de Aragua gang members and child sex offenders roam our streets. It's how they view the system. It's why it's broken, and it's broken on purpose. The Democrat Party does not care about our justice system. They don't care about our police officers. And I'm saddened to say that. I hate saying that, because there was a time where Republicans and Democrats believed in our systems, believed in our justice system. But what you've seen over the past few years, or past couple decades, is the complete erosion of every fabric of our society. And how do you weaken a society? You go after law and order. You go after the justice system. And so absolutely, I would fund it, and I would hold criminals accountable. You commit a crime in Oregon, you're going to jail. You hurt the people of Oregon, you're going to jail. And I don't care what special interest group, what woke, purple-haired special interest group people in Portland try to stop me or cry foul or cry racism. I'm not going to waver, guys. I'm going to fight for you, and I'm going to hold these people accountable that commit crimes on our land.
Representative Deal.
So Oregon has kind of an oddball way of paying for public defenders. And I think Commissioner Bethel knows a lot about this. But it really is a problem. We are denying justice for the people who are accused of crime, and we're also denying justice for the victims, right? So this is a serious problem. But it gets down to the mechanism that we use to fund public defenders. That needs to be completely overhauled, and I think we just need to look at what the models are in other states and adopt those models that are working well. Another thing related to that is we put, if you go talk to a public defender, we're asking them to be an attorney and a social worker. And so their workload is pretty heavy. And I really don't think that's not in the best interest of the person that's accused, because I don't think an attorney is going to make a good social worker. And we should have them act as public defenders. But that's really it, is look at the models that are used in other states. Our cost per public defender is way higher, is disproportionate compared to what it is in other states. It's as simple as that.
Thank you. Commissioner Bethel.
I'm ready. Okay, so I'll tell you, who believes in Yoga Fridays? I don't, but they do. In Oregon, we have two systems for public defenders. We have a state-driven directed system through OPRD, the Oregon Public Defenders Associate system. It's like they work for the state. And then we have a local consortium that are contract lawyers that contract into the state system to say that they can receive cases that are assigned through the sitting judge from an arraignment day. In Oregon, what Representative Deal was talking about as far as like folks not just doing criminal justice, when we talk about them being case managers, we don't talk about them being case managers of the law. We talk about them being case managers of like humanity. So if you're an individual that comes into any community in this state and you commit a crime and you go to jail, you typically get assessed pretty quickly to determine your ability to stay in the jail to be held accountable by that judge. If you happen to have a mental illness, there's a whole separate track of law that you go down. But if you don't, you stay basically in the general population and you get assigned from a consortium of defense attorneys who, because of standards set on a national platform by leftists from the East Coast, public defenders in Oregon manage around 30 to 35 cases per lawyer. Would anybody like to beg a guess of what a prosecutor's caseload looks like? In Marion County, it's over 120 cases per employee in our prosecution office. It's triple the amount of cases each lawyer can handle. The reason we have a backlog is because we have a policy priority issue as to what a lawyer's job is. Not only do you not now have to pass the bar to be a lawyer in Oregon, you don't have to make sure you're following the basic standards of defense work as a lawyer. They want you to be a case manager. They want to make sure you have proper housing, proper health care, you're signed up for services, yada, yada, yada. All the things that need to be done in a system that's not siloed. If we had a governor that understood all these systems of care, like me, we could solve this problem right away. There's lots of policy that can be reformed because it's based in rule, not all in law, not through the legislature. So the governor has a lot more authority to go into that state agency and say, hey, you're going to take more cases. And I'll tell you right now, just as a bit of a positive, there's a new director for OPRD, and they're doing a really good job of holding people accountable to make sure more cases are taken and executed, and we can hold people accountable in our communities. I'll tell you this too, I don't believe in restorative justice. I do not believe it's a policy platform that we should prioritize in this state. It should be completely removed. We should work on statute. We should work on accountability. We should be transparent about that. But we can do all of that in a lens of accountability with compassion, because I believe in people. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to our next question. Representative Deal, you will answer first. Homelessness remains the single biggest issue for approximately 20% of voters. What concrete, measurable actions would you prioritize to reduce unsheltered homelessness? And how would you balance compassion with accountability?
Well, you stole my tagline. It's compassionate accountability, first off. First off, we have to, I think, realize what homelessness is about, and I'm talking about unsheltered homelessness. And I've gone through homeless shelters, I've gone through homeless camps, I've talked to people who've come out of these, I've talked to the people who work with them. 99% of the folks in unsheltered homeless have a drug addiction problem. And in a lot of cases, they're self-medicating their own mental illness, or they have mental illness caused by the drug addiction. And what we're doing with them right now is the least compassionate thing you could do. We are enabling their addiction. We are paying people to hand out foil and pipes and a business card and say, call me if you have any trouble. That is not compassionate. That is enabling their demise. It's one of the worst things I think we could do. As governor, I would work to repeal House Bill 3115, so cities have the right to prohibit public camping and govern public camping. That's a city decision, not a state decision. That is essential, that you regain the right to control public camping in your community. Then, I believe we would have law enforcement and a social worker go out, and they go to these folks and say, look, we have basic shelter, and I believe in basic shelter, not a hotel, not an apartment, not housing first, a basic shelter with a cot and a shower and someplace to stay. We have that. We have mental health assistance. We have drug abuse treatment. These are available to you. We want to help you get in a good space and be a productive citizen. If you're not interested in doing that, we're going to enforce our camping ordinance. In other words, you can't stay here. They have an option. They have a choice. It is up to them. But I think that's what it takes. They need an incentive. You talk to anybody who's done this. They need an incentive to do the right thing. We have to give them that incentive. The other thing that comes with this, and I've actually worked with Commissioner Bethel on this, is we need to revamp our civil commitment laws in Oregon. We have people who are not in their right mind, who are not able to help themselves. They need to get into a place where they can be treated and get in their right mind. And Oregon has made it very, very difficult to do that. We are leaving them in squalor on streets. That is not compassion. That is horrific in my opinion. Those civil commitment laws need to be modified so that parents, for example, who have a child that's struggling, they can get in and get the help they need. Those are the main elements of what it can take. And if we do that, we can significantly reduce the homeless problem in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bethel?
Would you repeat the whole question for me again real quick?
Absolutely. Homelessness remains the single biggest issue for approximately 20% of voters. What concrete, measurable actions would you prioritize to reduce unsheltered homelessness? And how would you balance compassion with accountability?
Thank you. Well, how about we just start with tracking the money we're using today? It's a basic no-brainer. So since the governor has been in office, she's spent billions of dollars in Oregon, and she can't tell you where it's gone. It's the most infuriating thing I experience as a county commissioner in a county that has the largest outdoor homeless camp in Oregon right across the river in Polk County. And I'll tell you, because it's in Polk County, a rural community, minus a little bit of West Salem, because it doesn't have services and systems, they walk across the bridge, sometimes they float across the river to my county, and then it becomes my responsibility to deal with this population. I can tell you, since I've been a commissioner in the last 6 years, I'm very proud of the track record of the systems I have designed at the local level to help with this exact problem. And I'll tell you what my biggest barrier is: the legislature and the governor. It is the most ridiculous thing that I have to experience when I go into the legislature and talk to people who don't actually care about outcomes. They care about this concept called the right to fail, which means you as a human can do whatever the hell you want on my taxpayer dollars and I just have to suck it up. It's infuriating. And I'll tell you, as somebody who has direct lived experience in this space, you can succeed from the streets to whatever you want in your life with a hand up and not a hand out. When people invest in you with compassion and they see you for who you are, where you are, if we had a system that was designed to serve people and not itself, we would be much further down the lane in this policy space than we are today. The governor doesn't want to solve this problem, and I do. It's one of my biggest priorities as a county commissioner. Since I have been a Marion County commissioner, I have helped deploy 5 outreach programs that are effectively reaching into our communities, whether it's on the streets or prevention, which, by the way, is underfunded in Oregon, almost $750 million a year, that doesn't help people stay in their houses, but helps them fail out and then continues to oppress them there once they get there. We need to eliminate the right to fail. We need to reform all the policies at DHS, OHA, and OHCS. If you want to know what those acronyms are, just Google it, because my name comes up after every one of them with explicitives. The civil commitment system does need to be reformed. Every single legislative session, short and long, I have worked to bring policy to the legislature to get that system fixed. Marion County is home to the largest institutions in Oregon. We have the state hospital and we have 3 prisons. When people want to stay close to their loved ones that are incarcerated, guess where they move? Marion County. We have a large population of diversity and poverty. They're failing in and out across this system every single day. I feel very confident to say, without insult to my peers, I am an expert in this space, and I am delivering real outcome results in my community. Over 350 people with direct local dollars have come off the streets, out of parks, into stabilization with accountability, transparency, and we know exactly where those dollars came from under my leadership. It is very scalable. We need to do a lot more to our system, what I call the escalator of housing, but maybe I'll get into that later. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, to understand the homelessness crisis, and you know, and like Representative Deal said, it is also a drug crisis. They go hand in hand. I worked in downtown Portland for about 6-7 years, and experienced this crisis up close. I've talked to homelessness people that are homeless. I've talked to police officers. I've talked to city workers that have had to deal with it. Just bummed me.
I did, sorry.
And the thing is first of all, we've created the Democrat policies have created homelessness tourism here in Oregon. People come here because they get the handouts. In fact, I was out a couple weeks ago talking to homeless people, and I with my guy John Mann, PDX, was out there. We were serving, we were volunteering, and I talked to a few of the homeless people, and I said, "Hey, are you from here?" Every single one of them said, "No, we're from Washington, we're from Nevada, we're from Arizona, we're from the East Coast." I would say about over half of these people that are homeless in Portland alone, and I would guess it's the same way across Oregon, aren't even from Oregon, but they come here because the Democrat policies create handouts for them and create incentives. Measure 110, decriminalizing drugs, handing out needles and drug paraphernalia to stop the spread of disease. Like Representative Deal said, they're enabling the problem. They're creating the problem. They're keeping it going. And I'm going to tell you why, because it's making them, it's keeping them in power. And it's making them and their friends money. It's called the homeless industrial complex. And what they do is they create these non-profit organizations, or these fake churches, I call them, around Portland, around Oregon, that get paid millions of dollars to service the homeless. And meanwhile, the problem continues to grow and grow and grow. And a lot of these organizations and a lot of these people funnel that money back towards the Democrats around election time. So you notice the theme. I keep talking about corruption. I keep talking about fraud, waste, and abuse, because, folks, none of those problems, the homelessness, the drug problem, it doesn't get fixed until we root out the corruption. We have to enforce our laws. In Portland, it's spread to Eugene. It's spread to, what happened to Salem? My gosh.
Ask him.
I mean, I go to Salem now, it looks like Portland. There's homeless tents everywhere. Yeah. And so, folks, they're creating this problem. They're enabling this problem. People are making money off of it. They're making money off your taxpayer dollars. All of a sudden, poof, they found $100 million in Portland of unspent housing funds. That wasn't by accident. And so more need to increase transparency within our government, within these programs, and every dollar that's going to the problem and enabling it. And again, you call it compassion, a balanced approach of compassion. There's nothing compassionate about driving businesses out of Portland, families out of Portland. I've talked to many business owners who tell me horror stories, I can't even repeat because we have kids here, of homelessness in the open air drug markets that are around their businesses that are driving customers away, which is why businesses are leaving cities like Portland. And so, as governor, I want to enforce the laws. We're going to find out where the corruption's happening, and I want to enforce the laws, let police do their job. And yes, I also believe in a compassionate approach, and I know we're out of time, but building that into the justice system to help people that actually want to get help. But a lot of these people, they'll leave our state as soon as we stop enabling the problem and making it a homeless tourism place.
Thank you, Mr. Medina. All right, we are actually going to go ahead straight into our next policy round, as time is just flying by. So the next round is on education. Commissioner Bethel, we will be starting with you, followed by Mr. Medina and Representative Deal.
Sorry. You said education?
Yeah, yes, sir.
So
Nope.
we all know education is in crisis.
No,
I think it's criminal.
Mr.
that-
Medina, I haven't asked the question
Oh my
yet.
gosh, I'm sorry. Karen, I'm so sorry.
And we're starting with Commissioner Bethel, but thank you for your enthusiasm.
You're just paying attention to us being off task
I'm
is what
just-
happened. I was giving him a mint.
All right, here's your question.
Okay.
Oregon ranks low nationally in reading and math proficiency. With ongoing challenges like absenteeism and post-pandemic learning loss, what specific steps would you take to improve K through 12 outcomes, close achievement gaps, support teachers, and ensure students read proficiently by the 3rd grade?
Thank you. So for those of you who don't know, I had the opportunity and or the torture to sit on the Salem-Keizer School Board when I was first an elected official. In 2018, I ran for public office for the first time as a pissed off parent. And I'm still a pissed off parent, if I'm being totally honest. I've got 2 of my 3 kids out of the public school system and 1 almost done, just a few weeks down the road, and then maybe I can take a breather. The education system in Oregon is not designed on achievement. We've all heard that. In fact, they've removed so many opportunities for kids to rise to the occasion because of equity and some kind of balance that I don't understand that we need to put back into place. Kids can rise to the occasion at the end of the day. However, they don't usually wake up in the morning on their own in kindergarten and get themselves dressed and fed and transported to school. They need a solid family home and a community that encourages them to be successful in that space. It has to be a priority of your entire environment. And we don't actually do community schools anymore. We do institutions. And I'm going to completely obliterate that model and give communities back the responsibility of owning, growing our youth in our community from the classroom out and back and forth. Reading and math are obviously the foundation to success in life. 3rd grade reading is said in Oregon to be challenged because we have such a diversity across this state that when communities come here, individuals come here into our communities and English isn't their first language, it's difficult for them to become readers. There's lots of evidence to prove that to be not the case. Little brains are sponges. If you can immerse them in a space that is constantly engaging them in thought and reading and exposure, they pick it up. We need to making sure that our classrooms are delivering education to the concept of a brain development, not just to an equitable space. We don't actually teach teachers in higher education anymore on how a brain learns. They don't get to go into classrooms as 24-year-old eager teachers and know exactly what the human is in front of them. They walk into those classrooms knowing how to design a lesson plan and how to navigate behaviors. There's lots of evidence-based systems across this country that we should be tapping into. The Oregon Department of Education actually is overseen by the governor. She's the state superintendent of education, so she should be personally held responsible for our failing systems. I think it's fundamentally wrong that we have somebody who doesn't have a license or a degree in education running education in this state. I think you should always have an expert in a space that requires expertise. Absenteeism is a collective effort. Parents have to want their kids to go to school, but you also have to trust the place you're sending your most valuable possession, which is your child. We need to return the relationship between parents and schools or guardians and schools and require accountability of people who birth children and want to raise them in our community to do the right thing by them. And I also believe in school choice. I think like the capital market competition is healthy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get to
Mr. Medina, now it is your turn.
Thank you, Taryn. Taryn's gonna like unfollow me on all my social channels after this, man. It's like, hope we can still be friends. Folks, it is criminal that our education system is where it's at. What are we, 47th? Last we checked, 47th in the nation in proficiency. It is absolutely criminal how much the Democrats are failing our kids and how much they are, and they just seem not to care. And so what they do is they fudge the numbers. The Democrats like to do this across the board. They do this in many other departments other than just education. I've seen it. I've worked with the state of Oregon before. Yes, I had to go through the woke DEI training. It was like, I'm still going through counseling for that. But they fudge the numbers. So you guys know they lower the graduation standards. And then all of a sudden graduation goes up a little bit and they can pat themselves on the back and say graduations. And their fake news media in the Portland area and around Oregon, all the NBC, ABC affiliates pat them on the back their media allies and say, look, graduation rates are up. It's criminal. They're failing our kids. Here's a big problem with absenteeism. And with our with kids that are failing in our state, it's also a parent problem. We have a parent problem in this nation. At every turn, our government, usually led by Democrats, our media, our phones. That's why I didn't give my daughter a phone until social media access until she was 17. They are dismantling the authority structure between kids and parents, and schools are reinforcing that. They're taking the authority out of teachers' hands. I've talked to educators across Oregon who tell me I am afraid to discipline a kid because then I'm looked at as the bad guy. I can't even send the kid to detention anymore because then I'm looked at as the bad guy. The kids have been given full authority in the classroom for bad behavior. And so as governor, I want to, obviously we're going to fire every department head of Tina Kotek. So we're going to fire all their staff too. And then that's going to include the Department of Education. And we're going to get people in there that actually care about our kids, that are actually going to bring back bring up our test scores. I don't want to just stop there though. I want to invest. Our education system as it stands is out of date anyways. So even if we get the reading, writing, and math good, that's fine. But I want to get our kids even more prepared. I want to invest more in entrepreneurship, trade schools. I want to invest in technical skills and in tech skills. I want to get kids ready for the real world. We're not getting them ready for the real world. That's why they're having a hard time either wasting their time going to college most of the time. College is not a complete waste of time, but most of it is. And they're having a hard time finding jobs coming out of school. And so I want to invest in those programs for our kids, and I want to get their basic scores back up. There's no reason why though Oregon should be failing in education, being the birthplace of Nike, Intel, and all these great companies. And our kids are doing our kids have some of the worst scores. It's unacceptable. And we need to be empowering our kids. We need to be empowering our teachers. I'm all for school choice. Taxpayer dollars should go to the student, not the systems, not the failing systems. We've lost the right to be able to tell parents where their taxpayers should go. So if parents want to pull their kids out and put them in the schools of their choice, I think they should be able to. And I will support that as governor.
Thank you. Representative Deal.
Thank you. So I'll start, I support charter schools. I support school choice. I brought an initiative petition and a couple bills to the legislature for school choice. But I also support public school. I'm a product of public school. My wife is, our kids are. And as the commissioner said, the governor in Oregon is the superintendent of public education. So for me, it's defined by accountability, discipline, and excellence in our schools, and that's what we need. One thing we have to do is eliminate DEI out of the schools. Talk to the folks at Turning Point out there. I had 30 high school kids come into the Capitol, and I gave them a tour of the Capitol building, and we sat them down in a room and talked about what their classroom experience was like. It was nothing like when I went to school, I'll tell you that. A math class where a third of the time is spent on talking about ideology instead of math. Or having a teacher ridiculing a student simply because they had a political view that was different than the teacher's. It's unbelievable and it's unacceptable. And as governor, I would clean house on that. You look at the administrative load where we're pumping money into our school system, but the money's not going into the classroom. I've talked to teachers who are just as frustrated as we are. We are losing great teachers because of these systems that have been put in place. The governor has direct control how that is done. Testing standards, we need testing standards. We've eliminated testing standards. We've eliminated we don't have any teeth in our truancy laws and absenteeism. We need teeth in that. We complain about high absentee rates. The legislature decides, we'll study this. It's because you don't do anything. There has to be consequences if you don't come to school. We also have a problem when we talk about fourth grade reading level. This is unbelievable to me. The state had to spend millions of dollars to teach teachers phonics because the teachers coming out of the schools recently did not know phonics. And is it any wonder our kids can't read? They're using systems that don't work. So for me, it's getting back to basics, cleaning house at the top with that agency. There is no reason with the amount of money we spend on education that we can't have the best education system in the country. And I'm committed to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Medina, you will answer this question first. Key debates involve school funding, evidence-based instruction, career technical education, and addressing learning gaps. How would you collaborate with districts, parents, and educators to raise standards, expand opportunities such as dual credit and summer programs, and better prepare students for Oregon's workforce? Do we need a break?
We need a quick break. There's a little
Absolutely.
water up
Let's
here,
take
so
a
give us just like
quick
3
break. We'll
minutes.
wrap back up in a second. Stretch your legs, everyone.
I'm good.
What are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking? Why do we need a quick break? I mean, they're sitting down. It's not like they're standing up.
I gave this one to Ed. He didn't want it because his eyes were
The mic is hot. The mic is hot, you guys.
Yeah.
The mic is hot. Let's see what they say. Hot mic. Oh, they muted it. So, who's in the lead? I wish I could do. I need to figure out how to do polls better. I've done like one poll. I need to figure out how to do some polls on here. That's what I need to figure out. I'll have to look at some instructions on how to do polls. But who do you guys think is leading? Bethel. What's it? Ed Deal. Ed Deal. Is Deal, Bethel, or Medina winning? Who do you guys pick? Who do you guys choose? Who do y'all choose? Now I have to decide between Ed and David. All right. Ooh, Medina and Danielle, huh? Ask Mr. Bill. He is the poll master. He actually is a poll master. I actually want to do that. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's kind of cool. The poll thing. Is the reason why it's cool because it's something that you guys can engage in and have fun with. I kind of like it. Where is Drazen? I don't know where Drazen is at. Remember, we didn't like her last. Well, I didn't say that out loud. People did not like her last round. But and she won. She beat out Thielman, who was my vote personally. But there was stuff going on with Thielman at the time, and people were like, "Hey, he did it." I talked to him about that, and I didn't really need to know about it, but I talked to him about it because we had a good relationship. So, PMB. That used to be my zip code too, 97220. Wow, interesting. Says Medina. Laura says Medina. I liked Poland. Who was Poland? Which one was Poland? Who was Poland? Drazen isn't the one. No, Drazen isn't up. It's like listening to people who will never get behind the steering wheel debate how to drive the car. Not trying to be rude, just the sad truth. I'm not in Joseph County yet, but I'll vote for you, Quincy. Thank you. I'm not in Joseph County either, so you can't vote for me. But I appreciate that. I haven't ran. People have said I should run and do something. Like, no, that's too much. That I'm not gonna lie. Like that type of thing would freak me out. I'd lose quickly because I'm not up on every single thing. Right? I'm just not. Tia over on Facebook says Medina. All right. Oh, okay. All right, PMB. I got you. Tia says Medina. Stan from Sandy. Yeah, Y'all don't know about that. Y'all don't those. Why does like 2020 seem like so long ago, like far away? Doesn't it? Or is it just me? I mean, I know I was like 6 years younger. Maybe that's what it is. Man, I was a young buck. I was like a little young pup then, 6 years ago. Mm. If I was going to run, I'd go back home. If I was going to run, I'd do it back in Portland. But I don't know what I'd run for. I don't know what, like, I don't know. They asked me to be on the Republican precinct back then and all that. I didn't do it, to be a precinct member. I didn't do it. With God on your side, you'll be fine, BCP. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. It may not be my calling. Maybe that's why. One man with God outnumbers all the forces of hell. Amen and amen. 100%. Yes, time did fly. Time flew. It has. Yes. We need a solid Christian governor. Yeah. I would say, in my personal just view and opinion, out of the three, David would be that. At least the closest from what I gather and from me being around. I'd say that. Go for Republican senator. Dang, they would really hate me. I think Nas did a song called "You Can Hate Me Now." They'd hate me. I'd be in the tabloids every day. Senator Quincy said this. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, people have mentioned things, but I'd probably have it'd be something where I would have to be presented with it and type of thing. I'm not just gonna go throw my hat in. Nah. I actually had someone here in Idaho ask me was going to pay. Well, the person, wants to fund somebody to run for a commissioner position. And they asked me if I wanted to. I was like, yeah. It would be a great content. Yes, it would. It would be a great content campaign. I actually asked David about that, but I don't think it can happen because of where I'm at. One day when I'm like 60 years old, exactly. One day. This is a long break to go tinkle. Maybe it's like down the hall, around the corner, up the stairs, down the hall, and to the right or something. I don't know. I mean, it's kind of weird that to me, it's weird. Because what is it? You can't hold an hour and a half? Like, you can't really? I don't know. There's some people, especially, there's a lot of men I know that have to go like every hour. People say it's normal. I don't know. I'm not judging. I'm just saying that some people have to go a lot. Maybe a Republican should run as a Democrat and act as a foolish as them and see if we could win that way. Yeah. Quincy's not a political party. That's why I said I'd be in the tabloids every day. I'd be in the tabloids every day because I'm not political, and I can't. I don't know if I could conform to that. And it's funny you say that because I've actually thought about that. Even when it comes to this stream and watching other people and watching things, there's I'm not going to lie. I'll be transparent. There's things I get discouraged about, you guys. I'm just going to be honest, just transparent, and I'm not pouting. I'm just being transparent. Me to you guys, and honest. There's things I get discouraged about, right? And I'm like, well, maybe it's just because I'm too frank. Should I change this up? Should I do this? Because I watch my analytics, I watch numbers, I watch No.
So we're going to switch it up a little bit. We're going to scrap that last education question as
Why?
I feel it is a little bit repetitive. So, Mr. Medina, we're going to begin with you, but we're actually going to go on to an audience member question.
So yeah, maybe we'll get into it. Maybe not. Just saying. I said a little bit earlier when I talked about mods helping me a lot over the past few years, and watching my platform not really completely boost is because I come off negative, doom or gloom. I'd be like,
Petitioner for IP 37, also known as End Vote by Mail. End Vote by Mail, IP 37, proposes several reforms aimed at creating fully secured elections. These include one-day elections, election day designated as a public holiday, in-person voting at neighborhood polling places, voter identification, and absentee voting available upon request. It also requires clean voter rolls, hand-counted ballots at the precinct level, and elections with transparent chain of custody. My question is simple. Do you support Initiative Petition 37 getting on the November 2026 ballot so the voters of Oregon can decide? For the sake of clarity, for all the voters, I'm asking for a simple yes or no answer. Then please provide your rationale.
Great, thank you for the question. Mr. Medina, you're up first.
Yeah, I absolutely support IP 37. I support completely getting rid of mail-in ballots. I think that it's no secret that our elections aren't the cleanest and that there's a lot of problems with it. And the biggest problem is the people don't have confidence in their elections anymore, and that's a problem. And you know, obviously the Democrats don't care because they're benefiting from it. These same Democrats were arguing that mail-in ballots were susceptible to fraud back in the 90s, early 2000s. They were against mail-in ballots. Now they're for them. And so I absolutely do support that initiative, and I'm surprised that you guys aren't getting more support from that. And I would like to hear why, maybe from somebody, I don't know, legislator, I don't know. I'm actually curious what you think, Commissioner Bethel.
I think you're going to hear.
Oh, does it go to everybody?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let them answer. I absolutely support it, and our elections they're dirty, and we all know that they're dirty. And the mail-in ballots, the chain of custody, you know. Look at Chris Dudley's race in 2010. Why are we still counting ballots 7 days after the election day? I mean, what is going on? And so not only would I support that, but I mean, here's the thing. I know it's going to sound crazy, but if you guys get me in there, yeah, I'll do everything I can to increase transparency within our elections. I'll do everything I can to, if I have to sue my own Secretary of State, I will. Because the people deserve free and fair elections and transparent elections, and we don't have that right now.
Thank you. Representative Deal, it's your turn.
All right. Election integrity is a big deal. Where I land on that, I am in full support of voter ID, cleaning up our voter rolls, proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote. In Oregon, ballot harvesting, we're like the Wild West when it comes to ballot harvesting. We need strict limits on ballot harvesting, and we need full transparency in the system we have. We got to expose the weaknesses and the challenges so people are aware of the weaknesses and challenges in our system. I also support ending motor voter. I mean, we've seen problems in motor voter. We were registering non-US citizens to vote. It's not working that well. When it comes specifically to the vote by mail initiative petition, I've talked about this before on numerous occasions. Oregonians are accustomed to vote by mail. Whether we like that or not, it's the truth. And if you put this out there, on a petition, on a ballot, it will not pass because Oregonians are accustomed to vote by mail. That does not mean I love the idea of voting in person, bringing my grandkids to vote with me in person. but we have to be realistic about where Oregonians are at. So what I'm saying is I'm supporting these changes that I identified, and then also implementing transparency in the system so we can educate all Oregonians where we have challenges with chain of custody, where we have challenges with churn in our voter rolls, where we have challenges of what the state controls and what our county clerks control. And then we can implement real reform after that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner
I
Bethel.
think she went back to her seat, but I want to say thank you for the question. I think it's an important question. And I also want to just say really quickly, most people don't realize the depth of that initiative petition and the number of options that you're working towards reform on in elections, because the average person in Oregon, I've spent a lot of time the last year around Oregon, that hear about in vote by mail, freak out about the concept of just ripping away their ability to get something in the mail and do their civic duty and turning around a ballot and returning it. Here's what I'm going to tell you. On its face, yes, I support the concept of the initiative petition. I'll support you as a citizen going out and doing your due diligence to inform voters and getting them to show up. What I'm frustrated by is what I just said. Most people don't even understand the depth of that initiative petition. The things that I think are missing, just so we're clear, you didn't talk about ballot harvesting, which I think should be illegal in Oregon. I think it's a manipulative way to get people to vote your way when you knock on their door and they're a vulnerable person in our community that either doesn't understand the systems, they don't understand the culture, and they're frankly just too busy to pay attention. I believe in voter ID. I believe everybody should have to have an ID and a US born citizenship to be able to vote in America and here in Oregon. I don't know if most of you know this, but Oregon has always been a self-attestation state. I've never shown my ID to go register to vote. When I turned 18, I registered to vote at the US Postal Office. Nobody asked me for my ID. They didn't even ask me for my mail key. We need to make sure our systems are invested with integrity. We need to have a plan. One of the things that's frustrating to me in Oregon is that when we pass an initiative petition as citizens, it goes to the legislature and it's forced through into a statutory process with no plan. They expect an agency to do that. And here in Oregon, it would be the Secretary of State's office. And you expect a Secretary of State who's underperforming and corrupt, in my opinion, to deliver you a better system? That makes zero sense to me. We need to have accountability in much different ways with much grander conversation, and it should be led from the governor's office. Thank you.
Thank you. We have about 10 minutes left in our evening, so I'm going to do one of the natural resource questions and then give you all a 2-minute closing statement. So we're going to start with Representative Deal. Here's the question. Oregon's forests, water, fisheries, and public lands drive jobs in timber, agriculture, and tourism, but face overregulation and federal management issues. How would you advance sustainable resource use, reduce wildfire and drought risks, support rural counties, and protect long-term environmental health?
In 2 minutes.
Yes,
wow.
sir. We're going to do, well, you get 3 for this one. Let's keep the rebuttals down.
Oregon sits on a bounty of natural resources. We've got to be one of the wealthiest states when it comes to our natural resources, and we are letting them sit and we've locked them up. And it is one of the most frustrating things I have about this state. Let's talk about timberlands. We have let fuels build up in our timberlands and we're letting them burn instead of harvesting timber in a sustainable way. You guys know all the problems. As governor, I get to pick who's on the Oregon Department of Forestry. That Oregon Department of Forestry would look a lot different with that deal as governor. Yes, it would. I believe in sustainable harvesting of our forests. We can have beautiful forests that are fun to recreate in, that provide great paying jobs for the local communities, that bring tax revenue to our schools. We have taken our rural communities by locking up our natural resources and driven them in some cases into poverty, and now they come begging the state for money, and it's outrageous. They have the natural resources there to be wealthy and have good paying jobs. And we can do that. We can do that in a sustainable way. when it comes to, and it's not just timberlands, folks, it's not just timberlands. It's with minerals. Did you know Oregon's sitting on one of the largest lithium mineral reserves, I think, in the country, on the border between Oregon and Nevada? We're sitting on this wealth of lithium, and we don't do anything with it. We lock it up, and we go to foreign adversaries to get those precious metals. In some cases, we go to Africa with slave labor, with no environmental controls, and we think we're doing the environment a decent job. It's outrageous. We could get those minerals here with Oregon jobs, with clean environmental regulations that make sense, and pay good salaries to Oregon people. It's outrageous to me. This is the key to wealth and prosperity in Oregon, is unleashing our natural resources. You guys here in Coos Bay know it better than anybody. I'd like to add to that when the Elliott State Forest. I don't want a research forest. I think we already know how they work. I want a forest that works for us, that is beautiful, that doesn't burn, that provides jobs. We can do that with the Elliott, and I can go over and over again on the problems we have. One good thing is what's happening at the federal level. There are some changes at the federal level to dramatically increase the harvesting rates on federal land, which I think is a great move. If we can, I got to do that. If we can get a sustainable level of harvesting that we can predict for 20 years down the road, we will have sawmills back in these areas. We will have timber processing back.
Thank
we need
you,
that
Representative Deal.
long-term forecast. Thank you.
Commissioner Bethel?
Yeah, thank you. So there's a variety of things that I'm going to do as the governor. One, I'm going to continue to work with the federal administration to make sure that the Oregon Habitat Conservation Plan never takes effect. I'm going to make sure that we work on our own petitioning from our local level with the Natural Resource Forward lens against the Endangered Species Act. I'm going to work with the federal government still, because I'm doing that today, on making sure that we get stewardship agreements in the 17 timber counties that produce timber on BLM and United States Forest Service lands. I'm going to make sure the freaking state works with counties. You know what? County commissioners are the ones doing the active work today to make sure that we can harvest timber in this state. Just 3 weeks ago, I was back in Washington, D.C., working with Curry County, and I bet you Marion County and Curry County be the two fastest counties in this state working the Trump administration to cut trees in our counties before anybody else, because we're very aggressive about working with legal counsel to get that done. There's plans all across other timber states on the Western States Accord that we can mirror action on. Let's talk about agriculture. Marion County is the #1 producing ag county in the state. We have over 2,500 small farms. Let's talk about oppression of an industry. Ag overtime, micromanagement of every single aspect of their property, whether it's how they shelter them or how they pay them or what they transport them in, when they can feed them. These things is a direct overreach just in the humanity space of business. Why do we have the Bureau of Labor and Industries? It's supposed to protect workers. I don't need more legislation coming from the legislature, the governor's office, to tell a state agency how to do its job. Either it works or it goes away. We have systems in Oregon in 2 specific counties, in Tillamook and in Deschutes County, that have collaborative partnerships between water, timber, and land industries. I'm going to force partnership. Everybody deserves a seat at the table. But I'll tell you what, I have a lawyer too. And I'll sue back at any environmental action that we see in Oregon that we've not seen in my entire lifetime. Marion County is the only successful county that's ever stood up against state overreach in lawsuits. I also am not afraid to sue people. And I am definitely not afraid as the governor to sue other entities, especially the Attorney General. Like, wouldn't it be fun to see him in court?
Oh, yeah.
We have a lot of challenges across all these systems, and I'll be honest, fisheries is one of my least areas of expertise. But I can tell you that I know that there's a lot of challenges on our waterways, not just in fresh streams, but also here on your ports. I hear all the time the challenges that you face with industry development because of overregulation and or federal policies. We need a governor that's going to build relationships nationally and internationally to make sure all of our systems thrive. And I very confidently feel that I can walk into office on day one and hold back the tide of challenging policy that's already in place and work towards reform of all these systems.
Thank you.
You know, the Democrats have been in control of Oregon for 4 decades now, and they're hell-bent on plunging the state, continuing to plunge the state in decline. Oregon should be one of the richest states in the nation, if not the richest. Our natural resources, like Representative Deal mentioned, the lithium, why aren't we mining? Why aren't we harvesting our forests? I'll tell you why, because the climate change nuts and all the Democrats' friends do everything they can to put red tape in place and to put these protections in place. I mean, if they're up to them, you wouldn't be driving your car anymore. You wouldn't own cows. These people are out of control, and they're stopping Oregon. They're preventing Oregon from a huge revenue opportunity with our natural resources. So what I would do is I would restore responsible timber harvesting. There's a way you do it. It's a regenerative process, and you can do it in a way that won't hurt the species of the trees. That sounds environmentally sound to me, but these guys, they don't want to do it. I would protect and defend water rights for farmers, like in the Klamath Basin. I would get the oppose federal overreach, shutting off irrigation water. I'd promote responsible domestic rare earth mineral extraction, mining. Why aren't we mining? It's because the climate change nuts tells their Democrat friends not to let us mine. We should be mining. It would create jobs and it would create a new revenue stream for Oregon. So I would completely open up our natural resources. I would get foreign governments, especially CCP's, hands off of our land and get them out of our state. On week one, I would do everything I can to get the CCP and any other foreign nation's hands off of our land. I don't even know why they own land in Oregon to begin with. So,
Thank you. With that, we're going to go into closing statements. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to give a closing. Commissioner Bethel, you will begin.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to all of you for being here tonight and for this community being willing to host this debate. I'm sorry that not all 5 candidates came, because I believe that we all as citizens of Oregon have the right to hear from all 5 candidates. I think it would have been very entertaining. I believe that we need a decisive leader in the governor's office. We need to make sure that that decisive leader understands those systems that they oversee as governor. There's 87 state agencies in Oregon. They're very complicated. Their scope creep is 10 miles wide and 1 inch deep, and we need to reverse that. We need to reduce the size of state government considerably. As governor, I will make sure that we run our systems from the bottom up and not the top down. We have cities and counties and school boards and water boards, and pick a district for a reason, elected by you, their neighbors. They're all individuals that believe in the mission of the space that they got elected to. They should be required to collaborate. They should be thoughtful in their planning, and they should be funded well within the means of Oregonians to deliver on the services and needs that we have. I didn't run for governor a year ago because I woke up one day and said, I want to be the governor of Oregon. I ran for governor after extensive conversation with several people in my environment, asking them first if they were ever going to run and if I should run if they don't. And I received considerable support from a lot of thoughtful people. But I'll tell you what, I want to be the governor of Oregon because I can see the vision today in my mind's eye as to how to do this job. I know who to collaborate with on day one. I know the policies that are most oppressive at the local level, the ones that are impacting businesses. I own a small business today. I want a decisive executive in the governor's office in 2027 to do the work of Oregonians, and I believe that is me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bethel. Mr. Medina, it's your turn.
well, folks, thank you so much for coming out tonight, and thank you all those that are watching online. I really appreciate you guys, and I appreciate you guys stepping up and being involved in the process. I also want to thank a couple of my opponents that decided to show up tonight. Thank you guys so much for showing up. It was a blast, and I have the utmost respect for people who actually show up to talk to you guys, even out here in Coos County. So, guys, it's very simple, very simple. We're in a different time. We're in a different fight today. It's not 2010 anymore. It's not 2015. We're in 2026. And the radical left wing of the Democrat Party are coming after us on every front. And they don't have any signs of slowing down. We cannot put someone in there that is just going to move the needle and keep the corrupt system in place. We need someone that's going to come in and be a disruptor on your behalf, to put you first again, to put your interests, your families, your businesses first again. It's not that hard of a concept. Oregonians first, all Oregonians. This is the Oregonian movement. And so folks, I've been on the ground in Portland and across Oregon, fighting to be your voice, to give you more of a voice, to give your values, your beliefs more of a voice. I'm going to continue doing that as governor. I'm going to continue fighting for you. I may not be as politically experienced as my opponents, which I highly respect. But political experience, where has that gotten us? We need someone that knows how to fight, that is unapologetic, that knows how to mobilize Oregonians, that knows how to inspire Oregonians. That's what my work has been about over the past few years, and someone that will not be afraid to call on the name of Jesus to bring him back into our state. I'm not ashamed of saying that. I'm not afraid of saying that, because we have to return to our godly values. Maybe it's why Republicans are losing in Oregon. Maybe it's why Oregon went more blue somehow in 2024. We need to return to our godly, constitutional, conservative values. And I'm telling you right now, there are even a lot of Democrats in Portland that say, I'll take those values over what the radical left is offering us right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medina. Representative Deal.
Thank you, everybody. It's 9 o'clock and you're still here. You're committed. Yeah, you are. I entered public office because I saw a government that was making bad decisions. And when I got into the building, what I realized is they are not representing the best interests of the Oregon people. And how can that be? Because a lot of Oregonians, like I was for a long time, are not paying attention, And we have a governor today who shows open disdain for the people that she represents. And it was on full display with that transportation tax and fee referendum. She knew it was unpopular. She did it anyway because she appeased the special interests and thought that's all she had to do. That to me is unacceptable. I want to talk about how we take Oregon back. And we take back Oregon by rallying conservative-minded folks in this state to vote. And we can overcome those election issues that we have, and we all know we have them, but we can overcome them because at least 250,000 conservative-minded folks are not voting. They come out and vote, we take our state back. She was not expecting what we did with the referendum. We have given hope to a lot of people. Everybody here has given hope to a lot of Oregonians for the first time that they have a voice. They have a voice. Over 40 years, we have been losing. For 40 years, Oregonians, when it comes to selecting who their Republican primary or the Republican candidate is going to be, is primarily left that to the political class and the power players. They have given us a loser for 40 years. It is time for the Oregon people, for conservatives, to vote in the primary and elect the people's candidate for Republican governor. I believe I'm that candidate. I can take on Kotek head to head. Thank you.
Can I just get one more round of applause for all of our candidates this evening? Well done, everybody. Thank you for being here tonight. And thank you to the Friends of the Coos County Republicans for being here. And if I can leave you with one message, it's to show up and vote in this May primary. Show up and vote in the general. And while you're at it, get a new person that is not registered to vote to register to vote. We all have to work together this year to take back our state. Thank you.
I want to thank all the candidates that are running for governor, and I'm sorry the other two didn't show up that should have been here. but the moderator did an awesome job. Taryn Feast did an awesome job, and we want to acknowledge her. Thank you so much. And we want to thank everyone with the Coos County, the Friends of the Coos County Republicans that put this on. We keep trying to support Republicans in our community, so please come out to our events. Thank you.
All right, you guys. Let me turn it down a little bit. I've been reading your guys' comments. And to be honest, I think it was Seahawk Daddy. He mentioned Medina looking at his phone. And when he said that, I was like, "Ooh, he might be right. He might be right." And then I started thinking, because, like, when I see stuff like that, I'm like, why is a person saying that? And again, out of respect, I don't know your age, right? Let me get this right quick. I don't know, I don't know your age, but with that said, 55. So you're in the same area that I'm in. So you and I, when it comes to debates, we kind of grew up like the whole phone thing is like a no-no, right? We're like, he's over here looking at his phone. And so when you said that, I'm like, yeah, he's right. You're right. He's like, or they got paper and pen and he's over here on his phone. But then I started thinking, I'm like, well, even going back to Obama, if you guys remember Obama, he was always on his Crackberry. Remember, that was like a big thing for Obama. It was like breaking, because that was like the beginning of like technology. And he was every picture, and they were talking about a lot, like how Obama, the president, was always on his phone. He had a BlackBerry, and he was always on his phone, always. Well, in that time period, it was the new thing of technology, right? And Obama was doing that, and people were tripping out, because we were like, well, you don't do that. You just don't do that. You don't walk around with your phone in your hand and XYZ. So I was just thinking that, when David was up there, I mean, I don't know, right? I'm not making excuses, but it was like he could have had his stuff on his phone. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I don't know if that's the truth, but I did understand and relate to, like, oh, it's not a good look. I get that. And I'm just wondering or thinking if it's because of what we're used to seeing, which could be that as well, right? It's not a good look, because that's the first thing we're saying. It's not a good look. But I don't know. Was it his first debate? Possibly. I do agree that he didn't look like he was engaged, right? He didn't look like he was engaged. I do agree with that. Yeah, no, I agree. And again, I'm agreeing with you about the look. What is this? Is this another? Oh, that's what was happening before it started. Okay. Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with like your viewpoints and opinions. I actually do agree to a point. I will say this. David's not new. The thing about it, and we know this on a bigger level, the thing about it when it comes to the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, whatever, they're always politicians who are running in some sort of way. They're politicians. So I don't know Ed that well. I think I met him once or twice from back when I was streaming a lot, going to these events in Portland back in 2020. I think I met him. He's been in the Republican Party, group, if you know what I mean, like things like that. What's her face? Danielle. I remember her as well. David would go around these things, but David was always a disruptor, and he said it there at the very end. He's a stand-up guy. So this, as far as what he looks like on stage sitting down, he probably wasn't engaged. Because he is a person that calls stuff out, which I'm actually surprised he didn't. I actually texted him. I'm actually surprised that he didn't. He wasn't looking at my text when I texted him, although he did pick up the phone at the end. I thought maybe he might have been looking at he might actually saw my text, but he is a disruptor. That's one thing about David. He's a disruptor. And he said that. And I strongly believe that's what needs to happen in general. Things have to get shaken up. He's younger, and he was transparent there. He said that I'm not, I may not know something about all the politics like they do or as well spoken or groomed, but he is a disruptor when it comes to this type of stuff. I think that'd be a good thing. Because I think the other two, especially Ed, is going to fit right into the mold. Right. And more than likely that's who the Republican Party in Portland is going to go with. I guarantee it, they're going to go with Ed. They'll either go with Ed or maybe Danielle. I see more Ed than Danielle, but that's because of the money. It's a party, the Republican Party. So that's the problem I think that the Republicans have. And here's the thing. We all like Trump especially in 2016. We all love Trump because he was a disruptor. David is that. He's been around. He's been down at ICE. He was down in the riots. He's been around. So he disrupts by being involved, going up to people, interviewing them. I'm not saying he sticks around like in situations. He doesn't really like a lot of drama, but he's not afraid of the tough questions, and he's not afraid of calling things out. And he's done that even in the conservative movement with people in groups and stuff like that. He's called it out for bad behavior and stuff like that. But I do think he's not afraid to go head on with Portland, and he's familiar with Portland, right? Where I don't know where Ed lives. I don't know where Danielle lives, but David has been boots on the ground a lot in Portland. And I think his specialty is standing up like he did at the end. Now, can he do that at every debate? No, because unless you have a standing debate, which it's funny because I'm the same way. Like, you get me in an interview, like stuff like this, I don't like it. Like, to sit down and let me ask you some questions. So, and I have to sit there. I hate it because I'm a mover. Like, you get me standing up, we can talk all day. I'll start moving my hands, talking with my hands, things like that, because I start flowing better. And that's like how David is as well. He likes to stand. He's a mover. I don't know about the other two. I mean, Ed is definitely well spoken, and I don't know him. I don't know. I haven't really seen him out and about. I've seen David out and about. I haven't seen Danielle out and about, but that's just my 2 cents. From where I'm going or seeing with this. First debate, I don't know. I think there's one on the 2nd of April. I'll try to get to that. It's like a Thursday, so I'll probably go that one myself, Lord willing. So I don't know. That's just where I'm at. That's just my opinion. But yes, watching it, he did not look engaged. I'll be honest and say that he did not look engaged. That don't mean he wasn't though, but he didn't appear to be that engaged. And I remember when Trump in 2016, and maybe it was just because of Trump. Maybe it's just because of Trump and yeah. But we were at a place in our society within politics where we didn't like the Republicans. We wanted something fresh. And he actually just got through saying that. David did. We wanted something fresh. We didn't want the regular polished politicians. And Trump comes in, and Trump goes off script, right, in 2016. And while he's on stage, he's actually calling his people out. Now, maybe it's because he had big money, right? Trump has big money. He can do that. David don't have no big money. Ed may have more money, business owner, stuff like that. He may have more money. But Trump started calling out his own folks that he was debating. David did for a second when we tuned in, but that was it. Now, with that said, when it comes to local type of politics and things like this, I don't think people like us, watchers and I'm losing the word, but the voters, we'll just say the voters, we at times don't like each politician railing or bagging on the other. We seem to always think that that's bad, but yet we liked when Trump did it. I think if David did more of that personally, like how he started to, I think that'd help. But that's just me. Maybe it wouldn't, because like I'm saying, it seems like people don't like it when that happens in debates like this. They start booing him, if David was a quote unquote pick on Ed or Danielle, people in the audience would probably boo him. Oh, that's a bad taste. You can't do that. But yet we liked it when Trump did Lil Rubio, Crying Jeb, Crooked Hillary. We liked it. But yeah. If I was there, I'd have to be around. I'd have to be around Ed to get to know him. If I was there, just to see. And I'm not saying he's a bad guy whatsoever. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I've been around David. I've seen him on the streets. I've seen him go into the elements where I've gone into. He's experienced the elements where I've gone into. So that's, for me, I'm like, okay. He sees it. He knows. So, and yeah, he's kind of green when it comes to some of the politics. I agree with that. So I think it was good though. First one. I think it was the first one. I think it was good. Decent, right? So yeah. I'm just looking at Geyers to see if his microphone or whatever he was using is better now. Still messing up. I was talking about David Medina. I was. Yeah, I was talking about David Medina. What happened to my piano? There was no such thing as a piano. That was a backdrop like this. I'm not that. Portland 97220. I ain't that rich. Not yet. This hasn't made me that much money. I'm not no Brandon Tatum over here. Not yet. Been working at it for a long time. Well, it feels like a long time. I sold I sold the piano right there. I sold it and got $0 out of it. We need more men like David and Q to represent us. Yeah, I don't know. It's a scary thought. That's scary. Before the debate restarted, you were telling us you have been discouraged about your channel. Yeah, I would. Just to be honest, again, I'll go back to it. Because I do what I do, right? I'm who I am. I have a passion, and it can scare people, right? Because I'm too serious all the time, or I'm not full of drama, right? I'm not super enthusiastic. Most of my shows are kind of more serious, right? So it's heavy, and it kind of goes against people's thoughts opinions, views, I guess, parties, right? Because now, I mean, we're in a time where party, which side of the party you're on, what side of the tracks you're on is everything. So a lot of my views and things like that go against what people think. And then they see my title, the Black conservative preacher, whatever, and they're like, okay, well, conservative this and conservative that. And so people kind of put me in a box. And then when I come on, it's like something different, especially then when I'm away from the street. Because here's the thing, the streets should make you learn, right? And for me growing up, I'll be honest with you guys, for me growing up, I learned from the streets. My whole life was streets and then learning from the church, being in a church. So that's how it was for me. And so when I'm out in the streets and I'm doing what I'm doing, I'm watching things, hearing things, seeing things, right? I take it in, and then I have to, analyze it, break it down, and see what's really what. And so it's like I can't completely be in a box. Then at the same time I got to step back, right? And I have to say, well, what's first? Check myself, examine myself, analyze myself, match myself up to like scripture, to God's word, because that should come first before anything else. Reevaluate things, and then try to do different approaches or different methods or different, and then at the same time, based off things, a lot of you guys have been following me for 6 years. I have to assess each situation, then analyze that and break that down and see if it was the same as the last situation. Were the people the same? And then just watching stuff and then matching that up to scripture. And so a lot of, like I'm trying to say, is like a lot of stuff, it can seem like it's doom and gloom, right? Because then I match up the Bible and I'm like, dang, this is like happening in real life and I'm blessed to be here. I'm blessed to be experiencing this. Like you guys don't understand. I love life. I absolutely love every day and seeing what I want to see, whether in the news or what I want to get to experience, what I get to see, what I get to learn, who I get to speak to, stimulating conversations. I love it. And so kind of going back to this, what I'm trying to say is like all that, and I present it to the show. I do my best to have like good shows, like kind of do it on my own. I do my best to try to find things, have people, interview people, things like that. And then I look where I get discouraged. It's like I look at the channel, the numbers. I'm like, man, it's not growing. I'll be honest with you guys. Like in the past, since I've been doing this, and I haven't got. Last place I was at was LA. That's the last place I was at. And since I've been back from LA doing this, I've lost 200 subscribers. So I pay attention to that. I can see it, right? Because I'm only at 20K. So I don't get really much from YouTube. I'm not making a living off this. Would I like to make a living off of doing this? 100%. And I feel like what I do it, and here's where it gets hard. I'm like, am I bringing the right content? Am I being enough to draw people? Because if I see numbers drop, like anybody, a business owner, you'd say, well, you're doing something wrong. What do I got to do to fix it? And I don't know. But I see numbers drop, right? And yes, we as live streamers, we watch other live streamers. We're watching stuff. And so I watch other live streamers. I'm like, dang, they're just, and everything's not about money, right? But at the same time, I'm like, dang, these people are just bringing in money, like crazy money, like enough money to live, like seriously. And yet for, again, just being honest, the past 6 years, I mean, I've had a full-time job and still done this. And when I was in Portland, I had the benefit of doing this and still had the luxury or the benefit to go places and to stream. It's been a little bit difficult now because of, if you want to say donations or platform money isn't really coming in, which it never really has. The platform money from YouTube payouts or Facebook payouts really is very small because it's not at a level of 100,000 followers or 500,000 followers on platforms, because platforms also pay off of how many viewers you have, subscribers, how long they watch, and we can see all that in our analytics. We can see all that type of stuff. And so that's the type of things that get discouraged when you start to watch even other streamers. You're like, dang, like, really? Like, do I have to do that in order for? I'm like, no. Okay, well, your numbers are dropping. Why are they dropping? I don't know. And so you start to think, well, maybe it's because of I'm too heavy. But I'm like, okay, well, I'm bringing more meaningful content, but people don't like that. So it's just a lot of stuff. It can get you discouraged, if you know what I mean. It really can. Yeah. I mean, it breaks it all down. Yeah, we can see what percentage of males versus females watch and what generation they are mainly in. We can see where people live as far as like states and cities. We can see the age roughly, how long people watch, all that type of stuff. So that's where it gets discouraging, and I'll be honest, like the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, been on, daily, right? Daily for 8 hours, sometimes 12, and zero super chat, zero. Kid you not. And I guarantee right now there's other streamers on and they don't bring like anything really to the table that can get, and they're making. So yes, that does get discouraging. And you're like, man, and I was telling some of my mods this week, I was like, I might just stop doing this because it seems like I said, subscribers drop, right? And the only time it seems like I gain subscribers, and it's only for a season it's if I'm out in the field. So, and the only way for me to be in the field is if there's enough for me to get to the field. Because where I live, there's nothing going on. I can't just go out right now and be like, okay, let's go. And I want to go downtown and stream. There's nothing going on. So there's, that's a con for what I do, right, in regards to this and where I live at. There's a con. There's nothing, can't do nothing. So the closest place for me is 4 hours away or 5 hours away. And so my alternative is, okay, live stream, restream, try that, be consistent with it, and there's nothing. My numbers drop, nothing's gaining. And, super chats don't really come in. I don't have 10,000 people watching each live stream. I mean, if that was the case, that would be helpful, right? You do 10,000 times 30 days. There's going to be some sort of payout a little bit because you're going to be reaching overall roughly, 1 million, right? And again, YouTube kind of pays off that type of stuff. So those are some of the things. So yes, I did start in downtown in 2020. Yes, I absolutely did. Matter of fact, it was Memorial Day weekend when I started. And then, like I said, just because, again, over the past year and a half, some of my opinions and views have changed as well, which can sound discouraging or negative, right? And it's not necessarily that I'm being negative. I'm matching things up to the scriptures and Bible, and then people don't like that, so, and I don't have a big enough base, right? To, if 200 people are gone, I notice it. Now, if I was up at 500,000 people and I saw 200 people were, left because, I didn't like what he said, and BCP preacher, he's done change and he's a Democrat now and a liberal, it probably wouldn't faze me. I probably wouldn't even notice. But, you have 20,000 subscribers and not 20,000 of those subscribers watch. That can become discouraging. It'd be different if it was like 20,000 subscribers and I still had 10,000 people watching. It'd be different, right? But it's not like that. And that's what I'm trying to say is like, I feel like I bring good and great content to you guys or to whoever is watching, but the ROT is not the same. Return of investment is not the same. So that's where it gets discouraging at. And I'm, trying to work through all this and all that. And eventually I'm gonna have to go back to work. And I was hoping, in this season that I've had this injury and recovering, that I could have, in a way, capitalized off of this one way or another, whether it's boots on the ground all the time or capitalizing off the restreaming and doing this from home and interviews and talking to people, showing stuff, things like that. So once I have to return back to work, which will probably be, I'm guessing now, probably June-ish, right? I won't be able to do the everyday live streaming. So like I said, I'm just being transparent, just being honest about where I'm at with it. And I know people like me on the ground. I know that. But again, being on the ground costs money. Like BG on the scene, right? Ford Fisher, News to Share. They're constantly gone out on the street, and you guys see their videos, right? Well, BG has people who work for him because the only thing that BG does is film. That's the only thing he does. He doesn't do what I do. He just films. But he has people all around the country that do that and just go up under his platform. And all they do is just stream and live stream. And then he takes that and sells it to CNN, which I don't know how to take footage and sell it. That's one area where I lack in. I don't know how to do that. And I don't know if you have to go to school and get all that type of stuff. News to Share did go to school for that, and he does the same thing. CNN uses his stuff. Fox uses his stuff. And all that is money, right? So you get money if your footage is sold to these stations. You get money for that. And a lot of it is they're using their stuff. They use BGs, they use News to Share, Scooter Caster. I think she has people. But see, they're always everywhere. I mean, BG's back and forth everywhere. But he's making money doing this, so he can do that. There's things coming up this week in DC, possibly, right? That costs money to fly out to DC. The hotel costs money. The transportation will cost money, and then coming back, right? And then or going someplace else. So all that type of stuff it's money. And I'm not at a place right now with YouTube or Facebook or X that completely can cover that and then still live at the same time. So that's where it gets hard. And then, I don't like to beg. I don't like to beg or even ask for super chats or donations. I hate it. 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 It's the worst feeling. It's the worst feeling ever, especially for a man. It's the worst feeling. But then I do it, right? Because I got to promote it. And then nothing comes in. Like I said, the past 2 weeks, yes, I know it's been about the war and I've had my opinions about the war and all that type of stuff. Right? I get that. And a lot of people don't like it. Oh, you're not for America and X, Y, I hear it all, read it all, whatever. But the point is I'm on all day long and nothing. Then I can turn on somebody else and watch them. And their whole screen is lit up with different beautiful rainbow colors of super chats. And I'm like, what in the world? What am I doing wrong? So that's where a lot of the discouragement comes from, right? That's where a lot of it comes from. And right now, like I said, I could turn on some people right now, live streaming at this moment, and it's not that I'm not hating on people's jobs. I'm not hating on their grind or what they're doing. It's not nobody hating. It's just saying that this is what I'm seeing on my stuff. And so I'm saying, okay, this is what I'm seeing on my stuff. This is what I'm doing, right? And I can look at something else and I'm like, well, do I need to do that? Do I need to be that way? Do I need to do this? Well, yes, and I do promote Cash App, and every show, Steph, I say that my links are pinned at the top of Facebook and at the top of YouTube. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Zelle, Buy Me Coffee, everything is pinned. All the links are pinned. I say that on every time I go live. Do I say it all through? Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But yeah, so that's hopefully that answered your question. I think it was Seahawk Daddy that asked that question. Yeah, and I've done, yes, and that's the thing I've done, and that's why I started doing also just video where I'm not talking, where it's just capturing the footage, and then I also, so I'll piggyback off my live and have footage and post footage and videos of just whatever situation. I just did today, right? The person in one of those masked puppies. And I posted that. But again, here's the thing, right? Because I only have so much control. I can do that. Hopefully it's the right kind of video. Hopefully people like it. Hopefully it shares. Hopefully it goes someplace, right? But again, 20,000 subscribers. How many of those subscribers? And I learned this in radio. So, I mean, this is something I know. So with 20,000 subscribers, probably about 5% of that watches. Just to be honest, about 5% watches. So if I have 20,000 subscribers, right, the videos really don't get 5,000 views, right? They're more, maybe I'm lucky right at this point to scratch 1,000, 1,500. And again, I learned this when I was on radio, because we was the number one station in Portland when I was on radio, right? So number one station in Portland, you do the math. How many thousand people are watching or listening to the radio? X amount. How many people would actually go out to the events that the radio station would do? It sure wasn't nothing nearly close to how many people listened to the radio station. And so I realized that type of stuff, that, okay, just because I have 20,000 subscribers, you're not going to get 20,000 people watching, right? You have 1 million subscribers, you're going to get, you're going to get 200,000 or 300,000 watching, which is usually true. If you look at people's stuff who have 1 million followers. Perfect example, Nick Sorter on X, right? I think he has 1 million, and Nick Shirley. They don't get 1 million people watching their stuff. They get 300,000, 200,000, which is about right. So I have 20,000 subscribers. If I do a live stream, might get 3,000. So that's about right. Do a video, put a video on, probably about 800-ish again, depending on the video, but roughly average 800 to 1,200. That don't do nothing as far as income when it comes to YouTube and Facebook. That's nothing. That's like pennies. So I can't depend on that, right? That's not going to get me nowhere. That's not going to do a livelihood. And I'm not asking for people to pay for where I live or my livelihood. I'm hoping that YouTube and Facebook can do that, but it has to get to a certain point. And then when I see numbers drop, it's like, dang, that's discouraging. And I got to go back to work at some point. So it's going to come to an end, because I'm not in a city where I can just go after work and go downtown, right? And try to capitalize and report and show this or show that. I'm not there. So I have to use this for right now, right, for the best that I can, and it's not doing nothing. So, and I'm repeating myself right now. So anywho, Yeah. And then, like, okay, so even when I signed on today and came on, there was, and by the way, you guys do this now, please go to your bell and make sure that you guys get all notifications, because when I came on today, people were saying, "Oh, I didn't get the notification." So that's another problem. People don't get notification. They come, and they come back later and watch it. I think you shouldn't be an Antifa streamer. Really. That's how I started. What kind of streamer should I be then if I'm not an Antifa streamer? And I don't even like to call myself Antifa streamer. I really don't. I think that's how it started, the whole protest and things like that. But I mean, they're getting more dangerous, right? As people get more emotional, they're getting more dangerous anyway. Yeah, even my mods, they didn't get the notification that I went live. So even though you might have it set, double check it, because YouTube could take it off tonight and you won't know. What kind of streamer you think I should be? I like what I'll tell you what. I like So here's the thing. I liked what I was doing, or what I've been doing at Portland ICE for the past 4 months. Right? I like the fact that the quote unquote Antifa that are down there were respectful. They were respectful enough to talk to me. Right? And again, that I've done shared all that. People have done shared all that. It's a different kind of Antifa that's been down at Portland ICE. It's not Black Bloc. It's not this militant, we're just going to destroy everything, get out of here, right? Unless I was doing something to them, then there'd be conflict. But it's not what we saw in 2020, right? We didn't see that. And so I can respect that. I actually like that. Okay, yeah, we have different views, but thank you for allowing me to have my freedom to be here and document all sides, everybody, talk to everybody. Thank you for that. I can appreciate that, because I'm not used to that from in 2020. And there's still a lot of places that people won't let you do that. So I do like doing that. And then streaming things that I actually do like. And that's where the problem is at. And here's the problem. The problem is that people like drama. That's part of the problem. And again, if I'm not bringing drama, if I'm not boots on the ground, if I'm not in the mix of things, it's harder for people to get liking these type of things, right? It's the serious conversations. Oh, he might say something. Oh, he's being negative. It's harder for people to like that and stay engaged, because it's not drama. Who's going to get hurt? Is there going to be mace? Is there going to be a bomb? Is there going to be this? Or is there going to be a crash? There's no drama. I'm here. I'm showing stuff. I'm talking, sharing my opinions. Don't know if I should, but I'm doing it. And then I bring on people to talk or have panels, talk Bible. Should I do it? I'm going to do it. Maybe not. I don't know. Do it anyway. So that's the difference, right? So it's hard to sit there and just say, "Oh, do things you like," because I like doing this, but then I also see the results, and the results aren't there. Where, man. So yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of thoughts. A lot of thoughts. Yeah. 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 I mean, for what it looks like, right? For what it looks like, we can talk. Yeah, for what it looks like. I mean, I don't have no problem with them. Whatever happened with, him and that guy, Jerry, I don't know. I wasn't there. And that's what I tell people. I wasn't there. The view that I saw, I can't make no call on it. So, yeah. And with that, whatever you do it as unto the Lord. I do my best with that. You know, a lot of it's up to the Lord. And so I question that. I'm like, is this my calling? Should I be doing this? And I do know I've heard testimonies, right? I've heard testimonies of people saying how it blesses them, right? How, thank you for what you do. I get that. And I appreciate that. I really do. I don't take that like, okay, whatever. I do appreciate it. So I do know it's unto the Lord, right? Yeah. What you said. And I'm not even wanting a Lambo. I have the desire to do this more on a bigger scale. That's my desire, right? Is to do this, to be more, even if it's boots on the ground, right? I have no problem being boots on the ground, right? But I know how much it takes to do boots on the ground. And then at the same time, still got to provide, right? So this here would like it to be a provision. Boots on the ground still needs to happen some sort of way. So yeah, it's a lot. And that's what I was saying earlier. I mean, there's been a handful of people, and they'll never be forgotten. Never. And it's a few of my mods that have been with me since day one that have, if it wasn't for them and the countless of investment that they have put into me, getting places, half of J6, the Trump rallies, right? All sorts of stuff. If it wasn't for them, and I hate that because I feel like a lot of the burden ends up being on them, and then I feel bad. I'm like, dang, like no one else is like contributing on that type of level the way you guys have. And I start feeling bad because I'm like, dang, I mean, they believe in me. They see it. They like it. They see it as worthy, and they can only do so much for only so long of a period of time. Right. And I'm not saying that everybody has to go that level, but if everybody did something, and because like I said, then I watch other people's stuff and I'm like, their screens are just lit up with red and green and neon blue and yellow. And I'm like, dang. I'm like, really? Yes, I have met a lot of people I could bring on the show. Yeah. Yeah, I have. It's kind of like when I brought Mark Burns on, but see, that's what I mean. Even when I bring people on the show, it doesn't do much for the platform. And so that's what I'm trying to say. I get discouraged because I'm like, okay, well, great. I put in the work to have something good on the show. Like here's example. Here's a perfect example. If I called David Medina, say, come on the show, you want to come on and da-da-da, he would do it. Guarantee it wouldn't do nothing on my platform. Guarantee it. There wouldn't be a light up of super chats. It wouldn't gain no followers. And if it did gain followers, more than likely the next day I'd probably chase them away. Like, just honestly. So that's what I'm trying to say is like, I put in the work to do something good or good quality, a good show, and it doesn't do nothing. Yeah. Because I could seriously bring on people, and I have. I mean, look, here's another good example. You guys look up Mark Burns. Look up Mark Burns. Look the name up who Pastor Mark Burns is. Who has done that? And I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm not patting myself on the back at all. That's a pretty big deal. That's a pretty big deal. It didn't do nothing. I mean, yeah, I can use it as a resume sort of thing, but it didn't do nothing as far as growing a platform. Right? Who else? I mean, I brought on candidates from governor. Been on other people's shows. So, yeah. Well, no, and no, it still wouldn't. If you advertise it ahead of time that you were bringing David on and left questions to super chats only in the chat, possibly. I don't know. I mean, it's a thought. Yeah. So I and 20,000 is not. I'll say this. I was over 68,000 on Facebook. So I'll tell you, I was over 68,000 on Facebook back in 2021 until they kicked me off. Had to restart Facebook. And I will say this, since I've been at ICE, I've passed that mark. I'm 15,000 away from 100,000 on Facebook. Guess what? I get more views on YouTube, I think, than I do on Facebook with almost 100,000 people. Right? So it gets suppressed on Facebook. I also don't get, I'm really kind of like suppressed on ad revenue on Facebook. They have me kind of really down low with monetization. So I'm not seeing the full benefits of that. Although I'm almost to 100,000, maybe some things will open up. Maybe they'll see that, okay, well, he's been a good boy type of thing. But still, then you have YouTube. So it's all just weird stuff, how all this stuff works. It's weird. So I'm at 85,000. I just went up, and it's all because of me being at ICE and boots on the ground. Again, boots on the ground, because people know me or remember me from being boots on the ground. They don't really know me from restreaming or sitting at home. They're used to me being boots on the ground, which that's my area because I like talking to people. I like, hey, what's going on? Da-da-da. I like it. So I don't know. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. It's like, I don't know. Trying to figure this all out one day at a time. One day at a time. Trying to figure it all out. And see, I even want to be standing up right now doing this. I feel like it's an interview. I feel like y'all have me on the spot. I'm feeling trapped. I'm done playing. I don't even know what's going on. See, like probably right now, let me guess. Thank you, Seahawk Daddy. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm hoping. I'm not supposed to. I've had it out of the sling more than I should. I'll just say that, and I shouldn't. I mean, it's not like hurting, but the sling is there for a reason, so that I don't. Because it also has a belt around the sling, kind of like. It's there for a reason, but since I'm at home, I like keep it out of the sling a lot more than I did the first round. I'm like, I shouldn't be doing that, but I do because it's just hard up here like this. And it don't hurt. Like the first, it doesn't hurt. And so my mind is thinking like, oh, I can flop it around. And I can't because it's only been, what, 3 weeks coming up? It's only been 3 weeks. Yeah, it's this arm here, this shoulder. It's that shoulder. It's all right, though. And see, that's another thing. I want to end up doing this because the job I have and the money in this region just does not work whatsoever. I was talking to someone at I went to go get a burger yesterday, and this lady in there, because here's the thing, I had to DoorDash too. So I DoorDash, I do this. Well, I haven't been working except for this type of stuff. But anyway, so I DoorDash, and so I was talking to the lady where I go get food and pick stuff up for people. Here's how bad it is, right? Here's how bad it is. She got a new job to be the GM of a brand new like burger type place opening up, going to Boise to train for 5 weeks. And she's taking a 50-cent pay cut, but it's guaranteed overtime, which I don't know who wants that, but you'll understand here in a minute, and benefits. And so I was like, oh, wow. Burger place. I'm like, I don't know. I said, how much you making here? 22. Like $22. I was like, and I said, oh yeah, that's how much I'm making at where I'm working. And like the pay where I live, like what they pay people is whack. Like there's no way to live. It's nearly impossible. So she's taking a to be the GM, right, at a place, 50 cent cut from where she's at now. And she's gonna be a GM. So she what, 21.50? What is that? And I'm right in that ballpark. And I work longer days, inconsistently, don't know what to, so my job, I don't know what time I'm working. Like if I was working today, like just say it was Monday, I wouldn't know what time I'm starting tomorrow until 3:00 in the afternoon. And the time I start changes every day. And it doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to get off at the same time. Sometimes it could be 8 hours. Sometimes it could be 10. Sometimes it could be 18 hours. Sometimes it could be bounced back to 12 hours. Then it might bounce over to 10 every day. That sucks because I'm a person, especially me, I like consistency and I like routine and I like schedule, especially when you're a gym rat, because all that stuff throws you off. So the pay is not working. The cost of living is not working. Everything is just kind of like everything. So, yes, that's not good stuff. Yes, I am. I'm realizing that more than you know. Yeah. Yeah, on top of that, it also has to do, yes. And yeah. Yeah. I was like, no way for 21.50. But that's the like the going like wages around here. Like you're not going to get nothing, and then I gave up on that job, right? When I was in Portland, I gave up on that good job because of conviction and to prove a point, kind of, I guess. I don't know if it was it proving a point? Did I not comply to prove a point? Let me question myself. I didn't do the testing. Was it to prove a point? Was it worth it? I don't know if it was worth it. Should I stuck it out? Should I have stuck it out? Sometimes I think I should have, because it was great and I'll never get that job back. And now it's probably the best job I've ever had. But there's nothing you can do about it. Right. Right. Yeah. See, so you have to ask those type of questions. You see why? Now you guys see why I think so much, because you have to ask these type of questions, even to yourself. Even to yourself, you have to ask those type of questions. Like, why did you do it? Was it because of this? Was it because of that? I don't know. But it was a very great job that I wish I could have again. Try to get it like up here, but wasn't working. I did make it out of Portland. Great for the kids. That's been one of the blessings for the kids, but it's not a but. I mean, it's a but it's not a but because you still got to make money. That's the but part. And other things. And other things. So, what is going on? I guarantee there's stuff going on downtown Portland. I guarantee it. Let's see. Or we can see what Mr. Bill is doing. How much you guys? What do you guys think that only Mr. Bill is watching? What do you guys think? What's only a Mr. Bill watching? Is he even on? Oh, he was on. Oh, he's still on. What do you guys think he's watching? Any idea what only a Mr. Bill is streaming? Laura doesn't count, so you can't answer that. Simply, you can't answer it either. Portland Andy. No, close. Some dumb interviews. That's mean, Polly. That is mean. This is a hard bet. It absolutely is a hard bet. Yes, only Mr. Bill is watching ICE. He's watching Portland. It's his first love, you guys. He's left the scriptures and he went over. He hasn't returned to God. He's still over with ICE. I'm just playing, but yes, that's what he's watching. Let's see. Let's just have some fun. Let's have some fun with only Mr. Bill. Turn it down a little bit. Pam's dancing. There we go. Yeah, I am. Okay. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna be quiet because you guys are gonna hear me on this stuff. All right, let me hit the like button. 1, 2, no, because it takes it off. Oh, sorry, guys.
Language. I don't think VCP likes that
I don't like that language either.
Likes
But
language, so we.
I don't like the language either. Only Mr. Bill. I had it on mute, so my followers, listeners cannot hear that. Now they can.
There he is up there in the top left there, just in case.
Sorry, guys. I don't like the language either. Only Mr. Bill. I had it on mute, so my followers, listeners cannot hear that. Now they can.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not trying to disrespect you, man. I'm not, like I said, you said no, I'm good.
Everybody's asking.
Well, you gotta understand though, because you know more than us. You have a special position right now.
You guys, there's 8 live streamers at ICE right now, practically 25 feet away from each other. Ish. And they're all by the tracks, probably waiting for a fight. 552 viewers, 1,750 viewers. And you wonder why there's you got 300 news. Okay.
G's out there, media.
Angry Oregonian got 300 new subscribers tonight. That's good.
I was waiting for 2 hours yesterday on stream. Make sure you follow Not Tina Kotex, even though BCP, he doesn't want to hang out with me so much on the stream. He just wants to kind of snipe my content, which is okay. I'm just saying, but he has the opportunity to hang out with me on stream or something like that. But Not Tina Kotex. First
You're
time I
just
ever talked to
addicted to
person,
ICE,
wanted to
bro.
talk to
I
him for
got
2
to
hours.
stuff besides
I've
ICE.
known BCP for like 8 or 9 years, and he doesn't want to talk to me at all. So it's okay. It's
Well,
okay.
that part isn't true.
Kotex, even though
I actually
BCP,
texted
he
Mr.
doesn't want to
Bill today.
hang out with me so much on the stream. He just wants to kind of snipe my content, which is okay. I'm just saying, but he has the opportunity to hang out with me on stream or something like that. But Not Tina Kotex. First
You're
time I
just
ever talked to
addicted to
person,
ICE,
wanted to
bro.
talk
I
to him
got
for
to
2
stuff
hours.
besides
I've
ICE.
known BCP for like 8 or 9 years, and he doesn't want to talk to me at all. So it's okay. It's
Well,
okay.
that part isn't true.
Kotex, even though
I actually
BCP,
texted
he
Mr.
doesn't want to
Bill today.
hang out with me so much on the stream. He just wants to kind of snipe my content, which is okay. I'm just saying, but he has the opportunity to hang out with me on
Like a rhinestone cowboy.
All right. The delay is killing me. Only for something else. What else is there? Let's check AP. Oh, I do want to hear what Pam has to say. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah. Did you guys see the JD Vance yesterday when he was in Rocky Mountain, Carolina? Is that what's called Rocky Mountain? Did you guys see that? IRT is restreaming it. He's restreaming Portland as well. Trying to see if there's something else, you guys. I mean, unless you guys want to watch. If you guys want to watch it, we can.
Paste. Like right now, he's on my only Mr. Bill page or whatever. If he copies my pages and pastes it into his chat and everything, it makes it easier for those people to hit my link, subscribe, and then go back and watch the BCP chat and everything. If he has trouble copying and pasting, you'll have to kind of tell them there's a 2 mouse buttons, there's a right mouse button and a left mouse button, and tell them how to copy and paste with those buttons there. Okay, thank you.
Can't roller skate in the railroad tracks. Yes, you are correct.
What I am going to do though tomorrow, you guys, what I am going to do tomorrow is I'm going to play another one, at least one of the debates like I did last night, possibly 2. because the part one, it was the Muslim dude talking, and I guess he left, and then Gino only talked, so they weren't really debating. On the second part of it, another Muslim comes up, and then he debates with him. But it's a two-part thing, so I might show both of them, right? I might, but I am going to do that tomorrow.
Are those guys there that are standing right next to each other, Portland Andy and the Oregonian Jay, they've known each other since early on, since 10 years ago. Would you say VCP here? Let me listen to his audio if he agrees. Have they known each other like 10 years or so? Oh, he's not listening. Are those guys there that are standing right next to each other, Portland Andy and the Oregonian Jay, they've known each other since early on, since 10 years ago. Would you say VCP here? Let me listen to his audio if he agrees. I'm waiting. Have they known each other like 10 years or so? You got to turn your microphone on. Are those guys there that are standing right next to each other, Portland Andy and the Oregonian Jay, they've known each other since early on, since 10 years ago. Would you say VCP here? Let me listen to his audio if he agrees. You're using my content. I'll make you content. So here's my content. It's okay. I'm waiting. Turn the microphone on. 10 years or so. He's not going to talk. You got to turn your microphone on. Are those guys there that are standing right next to each other? What's on? Okay. Andy and the Oregonian Jay.
Need me to find you to tell you.
Yeah, it was probably mace or something in there, so I had to go home and clean it up. And
Maybe he'll.
I just had to mess with him. I'm trying to find other stuff for you guys. That's what I'm trying to do. You see, look, 4,000 views. No, excuse me. I'm not give false information. Can't do it, guys. I'm sorry. I'll just lose the subscribers. I can't do it. Can't do it. I can't do it, you guys. I'm sorry. Even when I'm down there, it drives me nuts. Oh, I know I can show you guys. Hold on. Find some stuff. Let me think. I'm trying to think of the name. Turn his stuff down. So I'm not hearing Mr. Bill in my headphones no more. But trying to see. No, I don't want to show that one. That's 3 years ago. What is that? That's 3 years ago. Did I see that one? I don't know if I saw that one. I might have to just watch it because I didn't see it live. I don't think. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch this one live with you guys. So you're gonna have to excuse me if you don't like it. I apologize. See, it might chase some people away. It may not, but I gotta watch this one. I'll probably get a mark for it, but I'm okay if I get a mark for it. It's worth it. I gotta watch this. I took my boys to see them. One of my friends I went to high school with danced for them. I taught him how to dance in high school, and then he actually got. Let me back it up. He actually went and danced for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, are y'all ready for this right here? One of the most iconic, legendary dance moves in the world. Make some noise!
Then I had another friend who tried out for them, but he didn't make it. Yeah, Jabberwockies. My friend danced for them. He was actually a Jabberwocky. He's younger than me. I taught him in high school. He used to watch them dance stuff. It's not the originals. You can tell by their style. It's not the originals. That was a nice transition. I don't think it's originals. It don't look the flow isn't the same as the originals. Or the transitions. Those are actually called barrel rolls. What he's doing right now.
As our journey into sound unfolds.
Not the original. When was this? This was 2022 World Smile in New York, Red Bull. These guys, these are backups. These are backups to the originals. So the originals had 6. So these are all people that the originals have hired to be a part of the company of Jabberwockies. They were off there. Still good though. Yeah, the originals didn't do that, so it's definitely not the originals. They're off. Now they'll lean. Yep, I knew they were going to do that. That one they just did, they started doing that back in, I want to say 2003, 04. Breakdancing, vector kickball. fast. That right there. They started doing that like in 20, like I said, 04. I can only do it a little bit. I couldn't go that far down where I couldn't bend that far. I was able to do the move, but I couldn't get that low. That's called icy. So this move that he just did here, it looks like he's in the air sweeping right there, and he lands. I wish I could freeze it frame by frame. Anyway, that's called icy ice. That move was created from Beat Street from the there was actually from Rock Steady Crew. It was either Rock Steady Crew or it was Bronx Rockers. There was one of the guys named Icy Ice. That was his nickname. And he created that move back in 84. So you'll see him swipe, like twist in the air and come down and his leg is over the other. That's what's called Icy Ice. Right here. Boom. That's it. Messed up. I can still do some of them. I haven't really danced like this in 15 years. I can definitely do that. That there, that's actually called top rock. I can do that. That's one of my favorite parts of this stuff is the up rock. It's either called up rock or top rock, one of the two. Depends on how you want to use it. But I can definitely do that. I love up rock. They call that groundwork, ground shuffle. I'll show you the difference between, and I'll let you guys see if you can figure out the difference between this and the originals. See if you guys can tell the difference. Swipe there. A tap. So that's called. So what he just did there is called a combo. So a combo, you go from one move to another move to another move. That's called a combo. These are all combo moves that he's doing. Head tap. Back to head tap. Back up. All right, let me. Oh, yeah. So you'll see the difference here. Let me show you what the originals. See if you guys can pick it up. See if you guys can pick it up I can show you the originals with their mask off. It's kind of cool too. It's actually cool. The ones when they have their mask off is cool. But when they also did the NBA Finals, that was them originals. So the originals are like they're really smooth, like super smooth. Here, when was this? 14 years ago. This is yeah. We'll do this one. Robot.
Historic return to our stage with a monumental performance dedicated to Josh Sundquist's Lesson 4. Here's the original ABDC champion, Jabberwockies.
Robot remains. This is, yeah. Man, back in MTV. Robot remains. Either more poppy. And like they're more on sync. Yes, I used to be able to do that. Yeah, they're moving more tight. More. Sick. This is sick. Yes, indeed. That's not my favorite performance of them, though. My favorite performance. I'll show you my favorite one. My most favorite.
Hey, this is Joe Boy, and you are now listening to more.
Hold on. This one. That's them. I'll tell you in a minute, Polly.
Performing to a master mix of PYT, here's
Favorite
Jabberwocky.
one that they did. Rerun. Call that boogaloo also. Yeah, they actually have a longer one too, but that there. And then less another group is less Schwinn. No, not less Schwinn, less twins. I don't know why I said less Schwinn. So how did I stop? That's what you're asking me? Oh man. How did I stop? Yeah. That's a good question. Well, I guess you kind of get older. I mean, that's not even an excuse because Crazy Legs and all them are still. How old is Crazy Legs? Mr. Wiggles? They're all still doing it. They're older than me. Well, I guess there's this thing called marriage and not. Sometimes when you get married, you're not always on the same pages of things and hobbies and stuff. So that was kind of, I guess, a little bit the end of that sort of thing, a little bit. And at the same time, you just kind of get to a place where you don't go to clubs all the time, right? And that's where you dance at. Well, that's where I used to battle at. So between those two things, it was kind of like it, really. Yeah. I miss it though. Because like I said, there's people like, what's his face? Mr. Wiggles still in Crazy Legs. What Mr. Wiggles? I'll show you what this is 2000. That's 2008, but he's still doing stuff. Yeah, okay, so this is 2024, but these are only short clips of him though. I hate because he only has short clips. Wiggles. Where's the sound? Where's my sound? Hold on. And I'll show you how old he is. Okay, so here's Mr. Wiggles, and I'll show you who he is. He was in Mr. Wiggles. So this was 2 years ago. He's older than me. Like 55, 56. He's part of Rock Steady Crew. He actually performed. This guy here, right here. This guy right here. Right here. Mr. Wiggles. Mr. Wiggles. He was in Beat Street. He also did the inauguration for Ronald Reagan. Because Rock Steady Crew did the performance at Ronald Reagan's inauguration. He was in it. I'll show you that if you guys haven't seen it ever.
But I be tripping on your lately. You were 5 stars in my eyes. But I wanna be more than friends. Cause the movie kinda dangerous. Pussy thinking like it's dangerous. Nobody know me, baby. Once they get away, just be to the no. Yeah, all the models with the body language for me. And I cannot deny it. You the one I wanna see. What's in my future? Never change, Lisa. There's no way around it. You're stuck in one place when I strip you from your way down.
Egypt. Egypt. That's his signature. No, this is it's not Turbo. It's Mr. Wiggles. So yeah, that was Mr. Wiggles. Yeah, Mr. Wiggles. Turbo was good, but Turbo Wiggles had way more on Michael Chambers or Turbo. He was way Wiggles. Wiggles also choreographed the Usher song. Was it My Way? Yeah. He choreographed My Way. Wiggles did as well. So, in case you don't know, I'll show you who he was. Let's find out how old he was. Let's check that out now, because I want to know now. Let's see how old he is. Let's do that, just for fun. Just for fun. How old? Mr. Wiggles. Oh, wow. He's older than I thought. He's 60. He's older than I thought. Okay. About 60 years old. So 65, 1965. He's older than I thought. I didn't think he was that old. So yeah, he still got it. He still got it. So here it is. President Reagan. Was it Rocksteady? It was Rocksteady Crew. Yep, right there.
New York City Breakers.
1985. Boom, 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 boom. Pop rock. That's how they used to fight. So that there was their fight. Like when there'd be a competing or another group, that's what the fight would be. It'd be boom is a 4 count. 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and then back up. And so you saw how they'd go down, right? Here it goes. Boom. And down. Up. Down. So they'd swing at each other. Anyway. Two for all the guns. Oh, wait. Eagles wasn't. Pixie Leg was in. You know, he died. That was 1985. Which, I'll. There's so much more complicated now. It's in the Olympics. So most of these guys have passed away. I think it even shows President Reagan in this too. I remember watching this live with my grandma. She used to love breaking. My grandma did. actually had videotape of me breaking in my 20s. They're all videotape. Glide. Oh my goodness. Icy ice. UFO. Flare. That's why he has that on. Your head spins. I can never stand him. I don't know why. I just can never. I still can't. I watch him. Listen. Oh, he was. Where's Reagan? I think they showed. There they are, right there. President Reagan. Yep. President Reagan. He loved the stuff President Reagan did. I miss it. I don't. It's funny because I've looked around to see if I had any, like, if anybody caught any footage of me, but YouTube came after. It came after. Tight eyes. And of course, the famous scene all started. In case you guys don't know, that's how it all started. So Chino, Exhale, Bronx Rockers, Bet. Break. Come on. That's how we used to fight. There's Beat Street, let's serve them. This was actually a real scene. With a real scene. No, it wasn't planned. Well, they had to at one point. Let's fight. Let's encrypt. Break. Oh. Oh. So this actually came out before. This came out before Reagan, the inauguration. They did do a cut here. He has a knee pad on. Now he has it off. But they were two opposing crews. He's still break. I can find him. He's old too. Chino. Well, they're still doing it today. It's still happening today. Bigger today than it was then. I'll show you. A lot of these guys are actually judges. Oh, the fight thing being handled. I don't know. No. Crazy Legs. He still does it. He's older than me too. He can still do all this stuff. I actually danced with him back in 1997. I danced with him in LA. And this is how he got famous, right here. Well, not this. It's the last move of this whole thing. That's how he got big. Well, in the culture, in the dance world, he got big. He's one of my favorites. Handcuffs. Oh, those are nutcrackers. I could do nutcrackers. I could do handcuffs. The nutcrackers were in front. Handcuffs were behind your back. Key-Man was out to the side. Glide. I know I'm taking y'all down memory lane, giving y'all a history lesson. Here we go. This is how he got famous. Yeah. So, hold on. Oh, brother, what's that? Crazy Legs. Oh, it's 9 years ago. 9 years ago, right? That's him there.
Of Jams by a brother named Ted. Everybody, let this run around your mind for a minute. And I hate this damn topic, man. It's so stupid. But people from the outside always think they know what's going on somewhere else. So imagine this. Imagine trying to tell the story of hip hop and removing the photos of Joe Conzo and removing the original recordings of jams by a brother named Tape Master. Now, both of them are Puerto Rican. I believe Tape Master's Puerto Rican. But if you remove all of those images and all of those tapes, you could not even tell the story properly. So, like, you know, that's not even talking about the people who also contributed to the art. So wrap that shit around your lips. All right, everybody, let this run around your mind for a minute. And I hate this damn topic, man. It's so stupid.
No,
but
oh, there it is. Or I didn't know what he was talking about. But that's what I was trying to find like a video of him still at that age. Like the closest one I see was 9 years ago. How old is he? How old? Old his crazy legs. Roughly around 60 also. With the Daily Wire? What is that? Oh, Daily Show. What were they doing? Huh. So he was born January 1st, 1966. So yeah, that's 60. Yeah. So 9 years ago, is this him 2 years ago? It's blurry. Okay, so what? That's 58. So 58, yeah. Obviously, it's a little bit harder. It gets a little bit harder the older you get. So this was a 9 years ago one. This one here was 9 years ago. Yeah, here's Puerto Rican.
Go back.
Nine years ago, what, 51? My age. My age. So I gotta show you how it dance. Yeah, he's heavy. He's heavy. Put on a little bit of weight. You can't do it that much. I mean, you still can. I mean, yeah. That's the thing about the stuff is like you still have it in your brain. You can still do it. Like you know what to do, but gravity and weight. Like most of the people who do it nowadays are like small. They're like really small. Really small. Yeah, so now it's 51 years old, right? World Finals 4 months ago. Here, this is what it looks like nowadays, guys. The advancement of it. This is how far they've came and how small the people are. I like those people. Oh man, it's called in 1990. Oh. Careful. And that's the thing too. You got to do it to the music. That's how you get the points. Like what he just did was boom, boom, that side. The girls are actually still been in the Olympics. For that one girl. Backwards. Oh. So okay, so hold on. See that what he's doing right there? He's doing this thing right there. It means he's biting. So what he's saying that dude that just got done dancing, that he was copycatting and biting and taking his move. That's why he's saying biting. So it means bite. When their arms come together, you're biting. You're biting off something that somebody else did. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Good night. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Girls. Sometimes I like the all-style dance more than just the breaking. I like all styles. This is, like I said, I just kind of want to show you guys what. But yeah, I like the all styles better sometimes. She was in the Olympics. Remember her? If you guys watched the Olympics, she was in it. Should have went farther than that one girl. Ooh. What a freeze. Yeah, anyway, that's more of the stuff nowadays. That's more. What year was that? Shanghai. Yeah, that's definitely more of the stuff nowadays. Yeah. I like the all styles. Then they also have crew battles too. They always they have the crews. Their best moments. I don't know what that is. Smooth.
This is one of those battles, Ronnie.
He's one leg. He's one leg.
Oh, no. He planned that.
Nice. Nice.
Look at those drills. Wow. And the crowd goes crazy. May have fallen out of that headspin a little bit.
Yeah, you're right.
What a good play there for Hero 10.
Sucks so bad she ruined the whole break. Yes, she did. Yes.
Starting backspin all the way up, holding that freeze.
Dang. No way. Wow. I don't like another thing, you shouldn't break dance in baggy clothes. It takes away from, yeah. I'm not saying you need tight clothes on, but it's better when it's not as tight. I think she was in the Olympics. Is that her? Like a girl. Yes. Tubu, yes. 100%. It's a good workout. It's a great workout. And then the best time to do it is when you're angry and frustrated. I promise you. When you get your best moves. Yeah, they're all right. Ooh. Ooh, sick. What was I like that. All styles. Air flares. Nice. Good stuff. Anywho, I could probably go on a wow showing this stuff. I could probably go a while. And then you have Les Twins, which they've been in a lot of stuff. Michael Jackson stuff. Was this year? Might have been this year. Les Twins are good. You guys have probably seen them. These guys here. These guys here. Yeah. Did it end? It ended the stream? Probably did. Probably ended. I probably got copyright. Oh well. Did I? Okay. Yeah. I figured. All right. They're hating. Hate us. Hate us. Hate us. What's playing? There's something playing on my phone. What was that? Live radar. Interesting. Hold on. Yeah, they're hating. Happened twice. All right. Anywho, shame on me. Having too much fun. You get in trouble. It's better. Hey, you know what? I ain't gonna lie, right? I'm saying it's better. It's better than this. Okay, it's better than that. Except if I was there, I just didn't want to show it. I just didn't want to show all the stuff. So anyway, I probably should get off anyway because I want to come on tomorrow and show. I thought Michael Flynn was saying something. My fault. I'm gonna come back on tomorrow and do another debate with Gino Jennings and a Muslim guy. So tomorrow afternoon into the evening, somewhere 3:00 on, be watching, be ready, because I'll do that. I don't think there's anything else. Let's check some news real quick before I get off. Am I still going to be at ICE? Yes, I'll be at ICE if there's something going on. I'm not going down to ICE to hang out. I'd rather go out and eat and hang out, to be honest with you guys. If I want to go hang out with some of the people from ICE, I'd rather go out and eat than go hang out at ICE. There's nothing going on. Everybody, yeah. So I don't mind going down there, but there has to be. I want there to be a protest. You know what I mean? It's just, yes, and that's what it is for me. It's just, and I've done it. So my time there is done. Like I said, if something is really going on, then yeah, I'll go down there. But if I want to hang out with any of the streamers or people down there, let's go out and eat and fellowship, hang out. I don't need to bother. I don't care about the protesters down there. They're not the protesters down there. They're not doing nothing. They're not even doing anything. Well, I don't even know what they're doing wrong. Are they doing? Yeah. Let's see. Let's look at bricks right quick and see if there's any reports. 21 minutes ago, U.S. and Israel strikes on Iran are releasing toxic pollutants that will poison the environment for decades. What? Bloomberg reports that. U.S. and Israel strikes on Iran are releasing toxic pollutants that will poison the environment for decades. Ooh. Japan says we do not rule out the possibility of sending warships to the Strait of Hormuz, but it must be considered with great caution. Geyer, I got church in the morning. You got church in the morning, bro. Maybe after I get out. Let's see. 2 hours ago, Iranian foreign minister confirms ongoing military cooperation with Russia and China, calls them strategic partners. Iran says the Strait of Hormuz is open to all countries except the United States and Israel. Tucker's claiming the U.S. is considering using nukes against Iran. What? Didn't know that. Okay, so is the new Ayatollah dead or not? Because I've heard Trump say that he was dead, and some people are saying that he wasn't dead. But here, 6 hours ago, supposedly President Trump says he heard rumors that Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, may be dead, the new one. So the son. I don't know. Don't know. Let's see. I'll look at Douglas McGregor right quick if there's anything new from him. There is a lot of stuff new. Part of U.S. defense system damaged in American embassy missile strike in Baghdad. So there was a missile strike in Baghdad that hit the American embassy. What else? Shots fired at Navy Yard in Washington, D.C. an hour ago. Israel running critically low on interceptor missiles. I'd heard that as well. IRGC claims direct hit on industrial zone of Tel Aviv. Goodness gracious. Bomb squad swarms Memorial Sloan Cancer Hospital in New York. So that's the latest news. The latest. That's the latest news. So if I ended up getting a strike, goodness gracious, I hope not. Oh, it's going to be bad. That's going to be bad. Not a strike. Because of Reverend Gunn's interview. That's going to be bad. I got to get off here and look at stuff. What's up, Miss Axel Media? Good to see you. Oh, I got to look at stuff. If they gave me did they take down a video? I'm going to look at stuff while I'm on here. That's kind of stuff. It's not going to be good. They probably did because, like I said, because of the music that I was playing. Only Mr. Bill. Thank you. You're going to play a song for me in a couple of minutes. Are you now? What song? Yeah, the thing about appealing it is they won't because of the fact that it was what am I trying to say? All the music and the footage I showed was probably stuff that I'm not supposed to show, basically. So I'm going to have to look at it and see what they did. It was demonetized, but is it still up, though? That's the question. Is it still up? I see the live is still going, but you guys were saying that the live got taken down and suspended. I'll have to look at it when I get off here. As long as you comment on it, it's fair, huh? That hasn't worked for me in the past. And maybe up to this point, it's still not working. But usually when it's something like that, you have to, I think, take breaks like every 10 seconds. I don't know how it works because I see a lot of people that do reaction videos and I'm like, how did you get away with that? Like, how are you doing a reaction video and not getting like demonetized and strikes and penalties? And yeah, I don't know. If you have the answers, please email and let me know because I've tried the whole talking over the stuff and it doesn't work. Okay, it dropped. Yeah, I'll look at it. Appeal it. It doesn't always work. I'm not. Yeah, I'll try. I'll really try. Reggie just met requirements to monetize tonight, I think, and I finally hit 1K followers on YouTube. Congratulations. I know that's a big accomplishment. Congratulations. That's good. Hitting 1,000. Each 1,000 is great accomplishments on YouTube. So that's good. Any victories today? Alive. That's always a victory. Other than that, no, the channel keeps dropping. I mean, it's true. Subscribers, but other than no, nothing. Well, I had one of my mods on at the beginning of the show, and we had a great discussion on here for like an hour and a half, and then we watched the debate down in Coos Bay. So it was a pretty good show up until this point where I'm like, oh, am I getting demonetized? So, but yes, everything else has been groovy. Yep. Congrats on that. Now you can start to get monetized now. I think you had to get the 4,000 hours watched. You have to get that as well. Are you still downtown? Miss Axel? Are you still downtown Portland? Or are you guys done for the night? I told you guys what Alex Jones said at the beginning of this evening. I've been on for like 6 hours, dang. Alex Jones. So there's a rumor out there, rumor that Bibi Netanyahu got possibly died. But it's a rumor. There's no confirmed reports yet. No confirmed reports on that yet. Just a rumor. Anything else? I don't think nothing else. Oh, I should show you guys this. Is this the one? There was like a gun rally in Virginia today. Here's the thing though. The cop had to look at AI to get the information. What? No way. Please tell me you're lying. Oh my gosh, that's gross. What is that? No way. That's sick. Is that AI? You guys don't want to see it. I'll probably get banned if I show you that. It's a girl. What? It's on X. Nah, it's real. It's not AI. It's not AI. You guys got to see this. I don't know if I can show you. I don't know if I can show you this. Oh my gosh. No, I'm trying to see if it'd be legit to show. It probably wouldn't, but I don't know if it would. It's not violence. It's not nudity. It's not blood. Oh my gosh. There's no way. It's just disturbing. It's very disturbing. It's very. Oh. Okay.
We still got customers in here. We got plays sunset.
Come on now.
Oh my God. Chill. We're not chill, man. Wait. We just southern homeless.
Bang, bang, fucking.
Yeah, because we still got customers in here. We got plays sunset.
Come on now.
Oh my God. Chill.
That's all I can do. I can do the rest of it. That's gross. That's gross. That's sick. Sorry. I don't do snakes. I don't like snakes. And just nope. Nope. No. Nope. What is wrong with people? I don't know. That's what it said. What would possess somebody to do that? I'd rather have the snake than that girl. Dang. I wouldn't want either. That is gross. Like, no. Okay. Man. You guys. I'm sorry. Like, I had to try to liven it up a little bit in here. Sorry. Yeah, you just watched something. That was gross. So Trump did announce. Okay, so how does this work? So Trump, how does this work? Trump announced the U.S. has defeated Iran. Now it's time for the world to secure the Strait of Hormuz with America toward everlasting peace. How do you just declare? How do we know that Iran is defeated? Like, how do you know that? How do you know when you win? He said that today. We have defeated Iran. The United States of America has beaten and completely decimated Iran, both militarily. So this is the one from yesterday. He wrote this yesterday. How do we know it's defeated? Like, honestly. Yes, that will always be on the internet. Not what I'm talking about, but that thing that whatever was happening. How do we know it's defeated? Like, honestly, how do we know? It's a valid question. I want to know. And people are still reporting about Netanyahu missing. So it's not only Alex Jones, but many people are reporting that he's missing. I wonder. Ben Swan. Netanyahu missing at Israel security briefing. Highly unusual for Netanyahu to miss one of these meetings. Israel Defense Minister Bibi was noticeably absent. Rumors have been swirling that he was injured. Yes, they have. So he was missing during this meeting this morning that they had. So I don't know. Don't know. Anywho. Going to get off, you guys. I'm going to get off. I'm going to check my stuff, see what's going on. I've been on for 6 hours. If you guys need prayer, just ask Paula White. Just go turn on one of her videos and she'll pray for you. Other than that, y'all have a good night. Make sure y'all go to church tomorrow. Tomorrow, like I said, I'll have that debate on in the afternoon toward the evening. I'll have that debate on Gino Jennings with another Muslim guy. We'll see if he can do some more sparring with the Bible, some more scripture, some more sparring and fighting. Gino always cuts him up, so yeah, we'll watch that tomorrow afternoon. So, all right, you guys, I want to get out of here. You guys have a blessed night. Thank you for watching. I'm going to go check on my YouTube stuff. Get some rest. Have a good night. God bless. Talk to you tomorrow.